to the Safety Doc Podcast with author, radio host, and nationally recognized safety expert, Dr. David Perrodin. Join us each week as we discuss the best and most bizarre practices in safety preparation and crisis response. Follow Dr. Perrodin on Twitter at SafetyPhD. And remember, the truth will keep you safe.
Hey, everybody, it is your good friend, Dr. David Perrodin from down here in the mysterious before Halloween North Star recording studio with my good friend, the Shure microphone, and we have a new windscreen on today. So hopefully that's knocking down the plosives because it is supposed to. And just thank you so much for being here. I got notification today that the new Logitech Brio Business webcam has shipped. So this might be the last show on the 12-year-old C910, but it served us well, but it doesn't monitor the light balance anymore. So it looks like I am doing this show directly in front of the sun. So, hey, I want to share a few things. First of all, with we are within 157 hours of having this show being eligible for monetization. So that's incredible. I'm hoping we'll get there within the next week. So thank you for subscribing to this channel. Thank you for watching the Safety Doc podcast. We have 192. This will be episode 190. What is this? Episode 192 or 193? Let me go down here. This is episode 192. So we have 191 episodes available in video, in audio after today 192. On May, or not May, I'm kind of reading my notes here. On November 14th, right? So in 2 weeks, we have Lisa Lene, our good friend, the attorney from Texas, is returning to the show. We are going to be talking about the law of necessity and the Good Samaritan law. And a week later, on Monday, November 21st, Mike Dahl, head of Wisconsin Esports, is going to be on the show to talk about the explosion in esports in Wisconsin and across the nation. Colleges, for example, building complexes for esports, and high schools now having students who are receiving full ride scholarships for esports. It's amazing stuff. I think it's tremendous, the opportunities for kids. He's also going to talk about a student who is a quadriplegic who uses a mouth-operated controller who's ranked top in the state. Just phenomenal stuff. But today, oh my goodness, I've been waiting to have today's guest on, Bending Ballistics, who will bring in studio in just a second. He's back screen, green screen, and we're going to bring him in just a moment. But I'm thrilled to have him on the show. You know, one of the areas that I, as a school safety expert, writing, school affairs and philosophy of information and so forth, I didn't have an intellectual dialogue about the arming teachers, right? So what are the variables, the factors that go into making that decision if you're a district? So we're going to go through that today. And then also this meteoric rise of high school trap shooting and skeet shooting and competitive shooting teams. We're going to bring up a graphic in a little bit, right? There, like 5 years ago, 3 states participated in this. Now there's 34 states. It's incredible. It's great for kids. So our guest, Bending Ballistics, is going to talk about that. So let me read a little bit of an intro here, and then, of course, bring him in. In May of 2022, Wisconsin legislators Robin Voss and Kevin Nicholson conveyed that they were open to the idea of arming teachers. Wisconsin isn't the state that embraces the practice of school staff carrying firearms, but that makes it an exception to the norm. Per USConcealedCarry.com, 32 states allow teachers and staff to effectively protect children with concealed carry of a firearm. What are the variables to consider when making the decision to arm staff? When we think about guns and schools, we might overlook the growing sport of high school trap shooting. It's actually right here in my district. What are the benefits of high school clay target shooting teams and high school competitive shooting teams? In Wisconsin, more than 85 high school teams featuring more than 2,000 students, athletes compete in clay target leagues. This show's guest is a long-range, pistol and 3-gun firearm shooter who has competed on national level circuits for 15 years. And he coaches youth interested in competitive shooting, joining us from the rolling hills of Kentucky to unpack these questions is Bending Ballistics. And here he is. Welcome, buddy.
What's up, Doc?
Holy smokes, man. I tried to give you as much of a lit intro as I can manage down here in this legendary North Star recording studio. So
That was a legendary that was a legendary intro. Not gonna lie.
Wow. I appreciate it. We've stayed a little bit in warmer temps because it tends to drop down here in the studio late in the season, but so far we're doing pretty good. So welcome on the show. We've been in development and putting the show together for quite a while. So just my appreciation to you, Bending Ballistics, on being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. It's been a struggle with both of our schedules, but dude, I'm super happy to be here. I'm glad we got this worked out and everything like that. So thanks for having me.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So let's do a quick shout out to some of the people in the chat before we get rolling. So let's do. Whoa! Holy smokes! Like there's a lot of action going on here in the chats. Let's do kind of a roll call. So Solitude Surfer, John Rice, good friend John Rice, Invented Rice Aroni. That was years ago. He's still living off of the the revenues off of that. Half Mile Sniper, welcome, buddy. Our good friend here, Toy Town Incorporated, Jim, JLM, Jim is here. Solitude Surfing, Misty, Mrs. Wayne, and Yakakazi. So right here, I guess, yes, Yukakazi. And you're like, I'm getting closer. All right. Our good friend Ron Wayne. Ron Wayne is here. And let's just go down here and make sure we've got the roll call on his bike, All Pro Leventon, falling in. Andrew S., our good friend who loves potatoes, and Medic Choppers at Landed Hospitals. That's our good friend here. Also likes Taco Town, Andrew. So I think we're good. Sast one too many is in the house. Band Talk is here, so thank you so much. And so anyway, just a shout out to everybody representing. So appreciate it. High Mile Ronin, thank you so much. So what did I miss in the intros? So maybe tell us a little bit more about yourself, Bending Ballistics.
So I do have a law enforcement background. So that's really how I got into shooting competitively, was from law enforcement. I'm a avid gun guy, just normal dude, I guess is the best way to put it. Just have fun with life and live your best life. Got 2 kids, one that's an adult now, so she's no longer a kid, but she'll always be a kid no matter what happens.
Right.
And yeah, just that normal guy that you never know, you might see me at the range. If you see me, say hello. I'll say hello right back.
Bending Ballistics, do you competitively shoot at a national level? So could you tell us a little bit about that?
So I mean, like, shooting at a national level, like, it's just the love of the sport. Like, everybody has fun with it. Like, we're all there. Yeah, we're all there to compete, but at the end of the day, it's all there to have fun. I mean, it's just like any other hobby. I mean, it gets a little expensive, gets a little crazy sometimes, but it's all there just for good fun and great people. Like, Half Mile Sniper is a great guy. I know he runs national circuits. Him and I run an opposite circuit from each other, so we've never shot against each other, I don't believe. John H., down there in the comment sections, he runs local circuits, but I mean, we run into those circuits all the time. And John and I, we've been really good friends for a long time, since really the inception of my channel. Yukakaze's up in New Jersey. I'll be up in Jersey hopefully next year for a pistol match. I want to definitely link up with Yuke. And then, of course, you got Ron Wayne. and just a great all around guy. Ron and Misty are both just great people.
Yeah, I will echo that sentiment. I'm very appreciative of the people who participate in my chat on a regular basis. Being Ron Wayne, one of those, Mrs. Wayne, another, and Bolo, and just I appreciate that. So those are terrific folks. How many weeks out of the year do you anticipate that you're out competing? We talked earlier, and you said going through the airports. It depends on which airport you go to when you're bringing weapons for competition and firearms,
So
I should say, for competition. But how often are you out competing?
I shoot anywhere from 42 matches a year to 52 matches a year, generally on the weekends. It all just depends. So, hey, Vanessa. So it all depends on how everything is going. So, like, you have certain matches that are qualifier matches, and then you have invitational only matches. So, I mean, if I could shoot a match every weekend a year and just spend that time with my kids, because
Right,
like my daughter,
right.
she competes with us.
That's awesome.
So that's like a lot of bonding time her and I have. And then now my son, he's not quite old enough to get into it yet, but once he gets old enough, he'll get into it. Hopefully, knock on wood. I'm gonna knock on my work bench here. Um, so yeah,
Wow. Wow. And by the way, before we get going, how was the weather by you today? Like, is it
it was
70 and
wet and
sunny,
rainy,
or what's going on?
wet, cold, and rainy. It was like that typical fall winter mix, crummy weather. We just had a nasty storm roll through here yesterday, and so like I was actually talking on the phone to Ron Wayne yesterday as the tree in my backyard started getting blown apart
No.
from the wind. And so, I mean, it is what it is there. So
we are so it is today. It was about 55 and sunny. Beautiful day. I was outside. And I was cleaning up leaves in the front yard and in the backyard. And then Monday, I think for Halloween, be 64, and then Tuesday, Wednesday, 67. So that's pretty warm for Wisconsin for this time of year. But
yeah,
so
like I moved further south to get to warmer weather, and I think here this year it's been pretty well warmer in Wisconsin than what it's been here all year.
it's
So
crazy.
I
So
agree.
yeah,
It's
we had this
just
kind of warm stretch, and I'll tell you, I grew up in northern Wisconsin, right? So I mean, that was cold weather. And my birthday is coming up November 7th. So usually on my birthday, there'd be 4 feet of snow outside and everything would be like all icy and stuff like that. So, not that great for a birthday, but, so, I teach, aspiring school administrators. So I teach, first year superintendents, principals, special education directors, and so forth. And there's a topic that comes up frequently in class when we get into the area of school safety, and that is, arming teachers. What are the considerations if a school district is going to, inform itself and then try to make a decision? And where I live, we have 421 school districts. So the smallest district, Benning Ballistics, is on an island, Washington Island. You have to travel about 45 minutes by ferry to get there. Like 60 kids. And of course, you have like a Milwaukee and Madison and things like that. So arranged, but most of the schools are rural. But so arming teachers, this comes up a lot in class. And, I want to, want to have you inform this discussion of what do you think a school board, administrators, a community should be considering if the question comes up, should we arm teachers? What do they need to look at? What do they need to be aware of?
so I'm going to preface this by so I do have a law enforcement background with a degree in criminal justice and a degree in criminal psychology. And so that's how I'm going to preface this. This is solely based on my experience with law enforcement and my experience with the work with my degree. So first thing that we really have to break down is who's the burden of, I guess, use of force put on. Do we deputize said teachers and send them to the academy for 16 weeks? Or do we say we're going to make you a specialized deputy, but only under use of force? Like, how do we do this? Because if we do this solely on the preface of, well, John Markham, just use that for an example. He's our gym teacher. He's going to carry a firearm, and then Susie Smith, she's our teaching or our school music teacher.
Okay.
She's going to carry a firearm, and then so on and so forth. Like, just break it down into that. So do we say, well, we know Susie and John have that? Or do we say, okay, well, we know that you're going to carry a firearm here. What do we need to do as a school to make sure that they understand the 4 levels of use of force? What is proper use of force? What is negligent use of force? What's true firearm safety? And I'm going to preface this too, like concealed carry, hunter safety courses are not training courses, in my opinion.
No, I appreciate that you said that. Yeah, I agree.
Solely based on that. Now, I think if we specialize deputy these teachers, let's say the District of Madison, they want to deputize these teachers and put the burden of arming the teachers based on the police department. Well, that puts in another logistical headache of when schools are out for the 16, 18 weeks in the summer, does that mean that teacher goes and runs a beat? Or does that mean that teacher goes and does their hours of training? Because you have to remember, in order to be in law enforcement and active in law enforcement, you have continuous hours that you have to get raised certifications and take classes and do training, as well as being a teacher. So you have continuous learning hours that you have to follow. And we all know that rules and laws and everything are continuously changing, whether it's i.e. in the school system, a policy that's changed, or the use of force policy has changed. So what happens there? Like, let's say use of force has completely changed from, well, you can use lethal force for this, but now it's changed completely to, well, now that's only less than lethal. You can only tase them at that point for doing this. So where do we draw the line of, okay, this is what needs to happen? And I'm all for fortifying our schools. I don't want anybody to think different of this. Like,
right.
I don't want anybody thinking that I came from a privileged lifestyle or anything like that. I grew up inner city in downtown Orlando. My graduating class was 2,500 people, and my school had 4 police officers at it, a armed security staff at it. We had gang violence, we had gun violence, we had people getting stabbed and things like this. So I don't want anybody getting the perception that, oh, well, he just comes from a privileged school, because that's not the fact. Like, when I say I grew up inner city, I truly mean I grew up inner city. Anybody that knows what it means to grow up inner city understands what I'm talking about, with bars on your windows at your house.
Yeah.
So I want to make that, preface it very open. Like, we had metal detectors at school we went through. Teachers, if they were there past 4:30, like, they had to be escorted out with police officers. Like, I went to a very, very violent school. So just to preface it there. Like, does that make sense?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yeah.
So, like, I don't think disarming them is a bad idea, but you have to draw the line of who takes the burden of if use of deadly force is used. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. And so this would be a question, right? You know, who takes on that burden? And you brought up a great point, right? I think the level of training that needs to happen, because what I hear a lot is districts will contemplate, or Board of Education will contemplate, arming teachers. And then where that kind of goes is, okay, if you have your conceal and carry, right, then you can bring your weapon onto campus and just, notify us. But there's another part to this, and that part is the district paying for the ongoing training, right? So range time. Are they compensating the teacher or staff for range time, for ammunition, for weapon maintenance? I mean, all of these things that would seem to make sense if, as a district, this is an expectation. As a district, are you carrying a liability policy that extends then to the staff member? So that would be the Board of Education having to act on that. And these are questions that people don't ask and they don't think about, but I think they're very relevant, right? And another part is, if a teacher is armed on a school premises, they, think of a hallway that's 10 foot wide, right? And at any passing time might have 200 students in it. So if you are doing, I guess, range practice, right? Are you practicing in an environment where there would be multiple people and you'd have to identify a target? I don't know what that is, but I'm saying, right, that's a different skill level than I think what people think of. So I think if a school is going into this, and I'll be quiet, but I think if a school is going into this, they need to make a commitment to the staff member on that professional development. So
they do. And I'm sure like Half Mile can help me out with this too, because I know he's got a law enforcement background. But when responding to an active shooter call, this is where like the big logistics comes into. Let's say your school says, I don't know, all your teachers can carry, which is the right of the school. Like, everybody's entitled to self-defense. I'm 100% with that. I'm 100% behind Bruin. But Half Mile I'm sure he can help me out with this. When you're responding to an active shooter call, you are literally looking for the guy with the firearm. That is literally your one objective, is neutralize the threat. You get tunnel vision, you get lost in this thought of who's got the gun and who's the threat, and let's neutralize the threat. You're not thinking of all these teachers that have a firearm. You're literally looking at, this person is doing this to these people.
Right.
And so when you start throwing in the idea of 500 teachers are now carrying inside a school, that's 500 firearms that you don't know who is the threat or who is not the threat. So, but like how I was saying, the $20 a year professional liability insurance is great, yes. But do you tell every teacher, well, we're taking $20 out of your paycheck to cover this? Like, what teacher is going to say, oh, well, that's okay, take $20 out of my paycheck whether I carry or not? Like, you know what I mean?
No, and coming back to the point you made, Bending just a moment ago, of if when law enforcement arrives on scene, they're looking for whoever has the firearm, right? So that's another part that has to be in professional development, as far as how staff would identify themselves to law enforcement, right? Because imagine if staff are running around a corner in a hallway, with a firearm, and then running up that same hallway is law enforcement who's responding. What are they going to think, right?
I mean, and that's
right. So I mean, like, nobody really practices for that. And when I practiced doing intruder drills with law enforcement, and I've got a pretty awesome picture here if I can find it here, but this isn't my marked copy, so we'll see how well it's right here. So this was back in the day when I was going in with the squad car and going in with the gun with pellets and stuff like that, and hunting out the bad guy in the schools. But as they said, if we come into the school setting and somebody's there and has a weapon, we're assuming they're the shooter, even if it's like an adult, right? So
that's my thought. Well, that's my point, that I want to make is like, do you say that only these teachers, because they're specially deputized underneath the sheriff's department, that the sheriff's department knows all these teachers,
Right.
so on and so forth, that this is what they're looking for? They know that John, Susie, Samantha, Adam, whatever, are carrying firearms. They know that these people are specially deputized through the sheriff's department, state police, so on and so forth. Like, versus 500 individual teachers that nobody knows if there are.
Right.
So,
And to build off of that, Benning, so every 2 to 3 years, your school administrator turns over in your
mhm,
school, so your principal or your superintendent. And now it's about every 3, 4 years for a teacher. And it used to be where a teacher that was, that was a legacy thing. So if a teacher was in a district, they might be there 20, 30 years, retire, and then their, son or daughter would take over. And now so you have this kind of constant churn of staff. So as you said, if you're trying to provide this list to law enforcement of, here are staff and here are the staff who conceal and carry, like that's probably changing every month now, where 20 years ago, that was a pretty static list, probably for
yeah,
10 or 20 years. So we have a question here from Band Talk, or not a question, but just a statement. He said, there was a guy in my state who shot an active shooter at a store. And when the police arrived, they misidentified him and shot the good guy, killing him. So I think this goes back to the point you were just making.
yeah.
Um,
Well, and like Mike McClune made an interesting point just above that, talking about 500 teachers armed, who is an asset, who's a liability at that point. And
right.
and that's the point that I'm trying to make is, if you want to have assigned teachers that are that have taken the oath of defending the Constitution, defending life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that's cool. But those are the ones that need to be held to that standard of continuously going to the range, practicing with their local law enforcement, going through their certifications, getting all their firearms training, their hourly trainings, on top of the burden of having to get their continual education hours. Because that's what all this comes into is, how do you say that this arming all teachers is the best thing ever, but nobody can come up with a solution of it other than we'll just let every teacher carry a firearm? My mom was a school teacher. My mom would have done anything to protect her students. My mom had no idea about firearms,
Okay.
none whatsoever. Does that mean that just because she would do everything she could to defend her students, she shouldn't be allowed to carry when she had no idea about firearms? Does that make that's so? It's
Right.
kind of an open-ended question on how do you resolve this issue. But the bigger issue right now in this country that I'm seeing is the mental health issue. Nobody wants to address that.
Yeah.
Like,
Tell us
does
what
that
you're
make
seeing.
sense?
Yeah. Tell us what you're, so before that, let me summarize some of the points we made so far. So in arming teachers, um, if a district is to go down this, right, a district, it would be Board of Education policy, what a district is going to commit for resources. Are they going to ensure the teachers? Are they going to work with local law enforcement? The issue with training, who's going to pay for training, pay for training time, if it's, range time or if it's indoor time, um, to weapon maintenance, all this. These are all things that need to be on the table. And the thought that you would just have some way that responding law enforcement, which might be county, could be state patrol, right, could be local, would just be able to identify who the teachers are.
Yeah,
That's kind of a misnomer. So thanks for putting all those out there. So we have those variables. So now getting on to getting into this other point about mental health. So tell me your
yeah,
thoughts on that, because Benning Ballistics, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in June, the government, right? The government, but Congress passed the Safer Communities law, and part of that includes $1 billion of mental health for schools for youth. But I think I know there's also community mental health in that. It's kind of
yeah.
nebulous, but just to say as an intro into what you're saying about mental health.
Well, so like now, okay, let's just use for an example. If I went to the doctor and said, "Hey, I feel sad today," um, they're going to give me a pill for it. The pill isn't the cure for why I'm feeling sad. Let's figure out why people are thinking that it's okay to take the life of somebody innocent. I'm all for the Second Amendment. I'm all for firearms. I literally have a firearms channel. I am pro Second Amendment. Like, I want to make that very clear.
Right.
But
right.
I'm not pro doping everybody up on drugs. Like, you see this in the local prisons and in the jails and things like that when somebody goes into them that might be bipolar. Just use bipolar for an example. They want to give them such high doses of drugs that they become a zombie. Now, what does that do to the chemical imbalance in their brain once they get off those drugs? It makes it snap. And like, we really covered this when I was in criminal psychology, talking about how the chemical imbalance makes people like do things that they're not normally going to do in a normal recollection of life. So we have to break down and figure out what's causing us to misidentify what's causing the mental health crisis. Is it taking the dads out of homes? Is it making it where mothers feel like they have no other option, and so they just want to give their child a cell phone to play on YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, whatever have you, versus being the parent? And that's the biggest issue. That's one thing that I've really struggled with my kids, like, is I'm a parent before I'm a child, or before I'm your friend. And I was a child before I was ever your dad. So, you know what I mean?
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Like,
What do you think would be ways to use funding or to try to dig to root causes? You know, and I think part of this we're going to get to in the second half of the show, which is going to be engaging youth. School connectedness studies of saying youth engaged in extracurriculars and sporting events, for example, have higher attendance and less instance of violence, discipline, better academics, so forth. But where would you try to go with some of the mental health dollars? Because I'm with you. I think the mental health dollars kind of end up at a surface level area, or pharma kind of consumes these at a surface level area, and we never get to a root cause of what is, if the root cause is addressed, then we have less instances of mental health.
Well, that's the ultimate question. Like, how do we break that cycle? I mean, Big Pharma is the biggest corporation in the world. Like, how do you cut off the biggest corporation in the world when you go to a doctor and they literally look at you like you're nothing more than a paycheck to them? I mean,
right.
I mean,
Absolutely.
that's the biggest issue. Like, insurance and doctors are literally, that's all they look at, is how much money am I going to make? Not every doctor is that way, and I don't want to put every doctor underneath that. I know some doctors that are all for treating this issue, not here's a pill, go on about your day. But I've seen so many friends that have pain pills as a big example. Like, somebody going to the pain clinic, like that, the pain clinic literally, they can't survive now without pain pills because they have that chemical imbalance in their brain that says you have to have it or I'm hurting too bad to function. Like, does that make sense? Like, versus looking at, okay, what's causing the pain? Let's see if we can't fix this issue and try a natural type way of healing, like, i.e. exercising it, i.e. physical therapy, i.e. building up the muscle mass. But instead it's, here, let's cut on you and now let's make you addicted to pain pills for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I had Megan Asui on the show a few weeks ago, and Megan Asui is a fitness professional in the Seattle, Washington area. And we were talking about what motivates people to get fit, right? And we were going through like teens and millennials and whatever, because I wrote about it in the Velocity of Information. I thought in the early onset of the pandemic, right, March of April of 2020, a national fitness campaign would have made sense, because if you're more fit, you're less likely to get ill. And if you do get ill, you're more likely to have a positive recovery. But right, like what is a relationship, or what are studies between fitness and wellness, like eating well, and fitness and wellness and mental health? We know they're out there, right? That these studies have been done, but we never hear about them. We don't hear about them in schools. We don't hear about them as a public. We don't have public. Here's a public announcement on this. It used to be what those 60-second well, now like things and whatever. We never see a 30-minute special at night on TV where it's focused on that, of like, here's the benefit of, again, maybe physical fitness or eating well in a relationship to mental health. But we never see that, even though it seems that it should be there. It's been thoroughly studied, but you're right. We're absolutely not there. So we have John H.
I was about to mention that comment. John comes from my channel. He's one of my really good friends.
Awesome.
John spent years in the health field, like he's speaking. Like, I mean, why? I mean, he makes a very valid point. Not everybody can diffuse a situation.
Right.
Like, and it's like Vanessa said right above the cost of medical treatment. Like, people can't afford to go to the doctor. Like, we're in the middle, we're going into a recession right now, and people have to wonder, do they buy milk or do they go to the doctor? You know what I mean? And I don't want to get into like the financial side of things, but
it's Ballistics. It's a great question. So a question that I have, right? And we talk about when I teach my classes, and I don't really have an answer for it, but what happens when you dial, what is it, 988 for mental health? Like, what actually happens? What kind of services are linked up? And then also, like, do you get billed for any of these services? And I think there's a strong hesitancy for people to seek help, because they think, I'm going to be billed for it. Not only will I be billed for it, it will be something which will create a hardship. Like, I will be billed thousands of dollars. And I don't know the answer to that. I don't think that's very clear. I don't think from a government standpoint, again, this is where, these public service announcements and I've talked about, like the Good Samaritan law, people be like, well, I'm going to drive by this accident because what if I stop and I help somebody and then they end up suing me? And so we get into this situation where, right, people are like, okay, there's new numbers out there for mental health, or if I talk to my provider, but if I do this, suddenly am I going to get a bill for $5,000, which I can't handle, right? So that's crazy.
Just like calling the poison line. Like,
right.
If you, like, somebody, I don't know if anybody's child has ever gotten into like bathroom cleaner or anything like that. You literally get a bill in the mail for doing that. Like,
really? I didn't know that.
This is a government agency that is charging me to use what my taxes are paying for them to do.
Oh my God. That is crazy. So Bending Ballistics, on this show, we were talking about like a lost student. So we had a case scenario if a student was lost and someone came up with a drone. Would you accept the drone or not? But there's a government app called Lost Person app, and it's developed. It was developed by the Department of Homeland Security. You can download the app on your phone. It's $10. It's on the Amazon website. And so, like, imagine like someone has lost, a person who has dementia or a child with autism, and here you are and you're like, oh, I've got to download this app for $10, which shows me behaviors of, a child with autism who wanders away. I'm like, it's insane, right? So as you're indicating, right, these costs which are associated become barriers for people seeking help, and it's not transparent, it's murky. So I have a couple of friends who live in other countries where this isn't as much of the forethought, right? They're not thinking about this immediately when they're making a decision. Well, if I call for help or if I indicate I need help, I'm going to end up with this big bill. So,
Well, it's just like, so I volunteer with our search and rescue team. I have my
okay.
diving certifications
Wow.
and everything like that. So like when we do dives and things like that, I go. And I don't want to say every time somebody gets charged, but there's times when people get charged. Like if you use volunteer fire departments, you get charged. Like your city taxes go to pay for, at least where I live, your city taxes go to pay for the fire department. When my house caught fire, my insurance had a bill from the fire department from the city taxes that I paid. It's
That's
like, what
crazy.
in the actual fuck is going on?
I'm with
Sorry.
you. I'm with you. That is insane.
EMS
Right?
is the same way. You use
Right.
emergency medical services that your taxes pay for. You get charged for an ambulance ride.
Right.
Like, um, like Lily, when she got hit head on, she got a literal bill from EMS for riding in the ambulance to the hospital, which was
Isn't that
6 miles
insane?
away.
Isn't that insane? So this is part of the issue, right? Is I think people are apprehensive because they anticipate they're going to be billed, and not billed a reasonable amount, but billed, an exorbitant amount, and then be liable, to pay for that. Where I live, by the way, so Andrew, I think he was in the chat, so he knows. He stopped and said hi. But so where I live is less than a mile away from a helipad where our hospital is. So I'm outside at night betting ballistics like that. That helicopters flying nonstop in and out, and I'm
Yeah,
thinking like $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, and
yeah,
I'm like, holy smokes. But I think there are people, right? And this is horrible, that now have to measure their decision of should I seek help, like immediate help if I'm injured, or, mental health services. Because if I do this, right, I might crater my finances and crater my life to have this debt. And I think it's horrible. And it's so blurry in schools. Also, I'll tell you this from a school administrator perspective. Administrators don't know it, school staff don't know it, parents don't know it. Parents will be reluctant to accept mental health services because they'll be like, okay, but you're saying it's covered by the school or the outside provider or grant, but I'm still not sure. I'm going to end up with a bill. And if I do, so you bring up a great point, that I don't think it's so much that the services aren't there. I think people are very terrified to interface with the services because they feel they're going to get a bill, which I think is very justified, because I don't think that's fair. It's clear to people. So
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
it's like, um, the night I got shot, the bill that the department I was working for got the night I got shot was a $19,000 bill just for the
Whoa,
helicopter ride, so I didn't die. And I was working for the city. Are
that's
you
that's crazy.
are you fucking serious right now?
Right.
Like
No, you're right. You're right.
like it would have been cheaper for the city for me to have died versus getting in the so
No, I know what you're saying, right? So I think part of the point kind of both of us are coming to is it's not transparent at all to people. If you seek out services, um, is there a certain threshold that it can't go above this, right? And especially in once we get into the mental health side, I just know it. I know it from the people that I teach. They say, you know, our parents, staff, they're very reluctant to interface with these services because they don't want to get a bill that's going to basically put them into bankruptcy or just wipe out a big part of their savings, which sucks. So part of, I think, what needs to come out of this is transparency at a government level, and then some kind of statement of saying, if you call 988 or whatever, I don't even know what the number is. I don't want to make light of that. I just don't know what it is, because that whole campaign of dialing 988 versus 911, I'm not a big fan of that, to create these multiple numbers. But so 988 is the number you call for imminent risk of serious harm to self or others. Person will receive a required emergency law enforcement and medical response. So it's 988. But then what happens, right? If you receive an inpatient transfer, is that on you? I don't know. These are questions like, I don't know. And people should know this, because I honestly believe people don't take advantage of the services because they're terrified of the cost.
Well, it's just like having 911 services on your phone. Like, have you ever looked at your phone bill and looked at the charge that they charge you
No,
on your phone bill just to have access to dial 911 for emergency services? Normally it's $5.99 a month.
I
Like,
didn't know
why
that.
is that $5.99 a month when I'm paying a $325 phone bill?
I agree. And again, we have the Safer Communities bill passed in summer, billions of dollars. Why isn't that stuff just included in that, right? Why isn't that provided within these bills? Which
Man
just
Against the
blows.
Masses has memed to me.
it just blows my mind. So let me move us here. First of all, Mile High Ronan has earned a blue wrench today, so we're going to do this for him. So give me a moment here. So I'm going to do a thumbs up for him. I'm also going to do this thing right here. So a little celebration here for Mile High Ronan, which he has received the blue wrench. So he is one of our moderators here. A little celebration. He'll remember this day. So you Kakauzi. I'm sorry, I'm never going to get this right. I appreciate you. I definitely can't afford to go to doctor. Even mental health is super. You're right, and this is garbage in the way that our country structure, right? In the way that the Safer Communities bill got passed and 988 got rolled out without having the financial supports very clearly, overtly in place for that. So I'm with you, absolutely with you on that. And our good friend CNT Arms, by the way, who's doing the art for the back of the studio here, is saying, yeah, the mental health system in America is not in great shape. It's not for lack of money. We have these dollars coming out, but there is this real weird. We don't communicate how people should interface with the system and what their expectations are, and then even like the Good Samaritan law, for example, is like murky for a lot of people. But anything you want to add, Bending Ballistics, before we pivot to high school clay target leagues and competitive shooting at the high school level? Anything left on arming teachers or on mental health for?
Vanessa makes a really good point when she talks about with military going into mental health is a severe problem. You lose your career. It's the next one down. No, next one down. Should be the very last one she just did.
All right, here we go. Sorry, Vanessa.
Like that. So my oldest sibling is a CSM in the military, and he's talked about that, how he's watched guys literally lose their career from having things like that. So like you take somebody that is asking for help, but now they're being punished. Like, I mean, it is what it is, but it's not right. It's not okay. And then that's where you come into the mental health crisis, where somebody's like, "Oh, I don't want to approach this. Like, I don't want to keep beating a dead horse." But it's a valid problem, and Vanessa makes a. But
I'm going to piggyback on that. So one of the things that that parents, for example, So schools receive money for mental health services, or
About
the
a half
contract.
mile.
What was that,
I wanted
Benning
to say,
Ballistics?
I wanted to say bye to half mile. He said he had to get out of here.
Yeah, he does. So, hey, Half Mile, I appreciate you being here, and I hope you subbed over to the channel. So, but thank you so much for being here. Um, so, one of the things that parents will say, or actually a couple things parents will say, is I'm not opposed to my child receiving services, but one, I don't know how secure the school will maintain its data, right? Like we hear about all these hacks happening, schools, hospitals, so forth, providers get their data from ransomware. So like, is this service, how well are you securing the data? And also they ask questions like, what if my child is to, they are 18 and they apply for the military? The fact that they receive mental health services when they were 16, is that available to the military? And now there's also something with the Safer Communities Act, which was passed this summer. So I was talking to John Crump Live, and I said, there's part of the legislation which allows law enforcement to request records for 18-year-old students applying for firearm license. Or firearm, purchase a firearm, right? So they asked the school, but it's very muddy. It's not, it could be attendance, it could be grades, but it could be, has the child ever received mental health services in school? All these things. So parents are kind of like, if my child participates in this, will this come back to haunt them later when they apply for a job, when they're trying to get a firearm for protection or hunting, or if they're trying to go into the military? The fact that they received mental health services at any point during school, and we said yes to this, is that going to be the scarlet letter? And nobody really knows the answer to that. Now, people might jump in here and say, well, yes, or like that's there's no correlation there, like that doesn't exist. But I'm like, that's not true. Nobody really knows, right? So that's another area. You bring up a great point. And as Vanessa said, once you in the military, right, I think it's Vanessa said, if you said that, and just as you had indicated to Bending Ballistics, then people would be like, whoa. Or I imagine if you're in law enforcement. So it is one of these things of like this thing of like, if they're, if you are seeking mental health services, come forward. But the moment you come forward, right, it changes the game, because now it's less likely that you're going to have a career in that perpetually in the area. So it's so messed up in those regards.
It is. And it's wild to look at when it comes. So it's just wild to look at the broader spectrum of things. But I see Mr. Eagle Run 23 jumped in.
Let me do a scroll down here. Yeah, it is our good friend from Texas, Eagle Run 23. Hey, buddy. He's been here before. He's also from Texas. He said he got bit by fire ants, and it took a lot of calamine lotion to get his feet so they weren't all sizzling on him. But I think he's okay today. So
it's awful.
That guy in fire ants. It's kind of like every conversation with Eagle Run 23 eventually gets to fire ants, but he's a great guy.
He is.
So,
I talked to Eagle Run on the phone pretty often.
Did you?
Yeah. Eagle Run and I are pretty good friends.
He's like, hey, Bending Ballistics and Ron, like, I got to leave here for a second. I am getting attacked by fire ants. And I think a scorpion just bit me. So he then he has to get out the kind of the salts and all of that stuff to get rid of them, whatever it is he does. But it's one of the downfalls of living in Texas, apparently.
Yeah.
He also said he got bit by a rattlesnake, but he's all right. So sports for high school students. I want to bring up this graphic to kind of set the stage for this, which is going to take me just a second here on the in the North Star recording studio here to get to the.
While you pulled that up, I'm gonna mute and turn off my camera. I gotta use the bathroom real quick.
All right. Done. So, let me bring this photo up. All right, I'm in the wrong file. I'm in the wrong file here. but I took a screenshot, which is going to be very pertinent and very interesting. Here we go. La di da 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 da. Good. Okay. So I have this Bending Ballistics is using the rest facilities here at the way stop. So we're all good. So let's go over here and check in the chat. Man Against the Masses. I was wondering about mine after I got out. So Man Against the Masses, right? So your security clearances are more if in a hold state once I was retired. This is Vanessa. They still exist. I'm not actively using them. This is Eagle Run. I shoot them. He shoots scorpions, rattlesnakes, and also fire ants with a 22 fire ants. But yeah. So he uses Epsom salt to keep them away, puts it all around his property. That's kind of his thing. So I'm bringing Bending Ballistics back on the show here. There he is.
Okay.
And let me bring up this graphic if this works, and this will kind of set the stage for what we're going to talk about here. Yeah, it does. So let me get this off the screen. So high school athletics, high school sports, extracurriculars, right? High school activities. So in the year 2000 and 2008, this is per the United States of America High School Clay Target League. 2007, 2008, not long ago, 30 participants, 30 kids participating on 3 teams. We get up to 2013, 2014. It goes up to, there's 2 states participating. And, let's just take a look. And since 2013, 2014, we've gone from 2 states to this year, or this past year, 21, 22, 43,000 participants. So this is from middle school to high school. In 1,466 teams. My district where my kids go to school does have a team. We're one of these in 34 states. So if we look at the growth of competitive shooting at the high school level, it's a hockey stick, so in a great way, meaning, not many teams out there back, 5-10 years ago at all. And now suddenly a lot of teams in a lot of states. So kind of let this graphic soak in. This is amazing stuff. I think Bending Ballistics, I think this is awesome. This is allowing more students to participate in extracurriculars. We know, for example, and this really isn't debatable. We know that students who participate in extracurricular activity have higher attendance. They are less likely to be involved in disciplinary offenses, less likely to be involved in drugs and alcohol, and typically have higher academics. Like those are correlated areas through the Centers for Disease Control. It's called the School Connectedness Study. This is incredible. Also, I was looking back at the USA High School Clay Target League, which we have again right over here. They had said since this started back in 2007, 2008, there has not been one reported instance of an injury due to this sport, right? There has not been one injury related to the use of a firearms sport. So I think this is tremendous. I'm excited about this. Again, the school where my kids go to, the district, does have its team. It's had it for a while. So I want to get your take on this because I'm for this. I think you're for this. Not everybody's on board with a high school competitive shooting team, but I want to get your take on this.
Well, so I got a question. Can you make a lifetime poll?
Oh my God.
Like in your chat?
So I can post something and say like either a 1 or 2, I guess, and try to do it. Oh my God. I don't know if I have the technology to do this, but what's the poll?
If not, we could just ask the question.
Yes.
So does your school district, if you're aware, do they have a shooting team? Yes, no, or I don't know. And just with the people in the chat here, like we could just ask the question here and wait for everybody to.
Okay, so I have I just asked the question, and I'm taking my note card over here. So yes, no, I don't know. By the way, I have one of these bottle to pens, which sounds a lot better than it really is. So it's not all it's cracked
Okay.
out to be. But okay, so I'm doing my
So Andrew says no. Toy Town
okay.
says no.
Okay.
Masses says no. All Pro says yes, but it's only pellet rifles.
Okay, we'll take that as a yes.
Vanessa says hers stopped in the 70s. Mike says no.
No. Okay.
Eagle Run says yes.
Cody, please subscribe to the channel, by the way. Cody says no.
Yukikaze says no. Mile High says no. John H says, I don't know. Bolo is in Canada, I'm sorry. But Bolo, do you say coyotes or do you say coyotes?
Coyotes? Bolo
Coyotes
went
or
to
coyotes?
the Cannonball Run in Canada to Squamish, British Columbia in 23 hours. So CNT.
Bacon says they have a JROTC rifle team.
Okay. Let's take this as a yes.
Coyotes!
Bacon. SAS too many. It was done the Connecticut to Florida Cannonball Run, 7 hours.
SAS says yes, but not most schools.
Okay.
Ron Wayne says JROTC. They had pellet rifles.
Okay.
All right, so we've got a good mix.
Okay, so let me tally this up here. So we have 5 for yes. We have 9 for no. We have 1 for I don't know. And actually, let me put that down here. So yes equals 5. No equals 9. And no equals 1. So let me put that into the
well,
chat
Eagle
there.
makes a good point here. Well, I say yes and no because like where Yukikaze is in New Jersey, he's probably right on the money with that. But so but yeah. So I mean we can jump on into it, whether it's youth trap to youth rifle JROTC.
Right.
So
what is help me to understand what this is, because I really don't know. What is trap shooting or competitive shooting at a high school level? And again, it's really so let me preface this before we delve in. I teach school superintendents, right? So kind of like first year superintendents. In Saturday's class, I asked my superintendents, how many of you have competitive shooting leagues? And here's how it split out. A third said, yes, we have it, and they're awesome. We have a high turnout, more students participating, like all enthusiastic. Another third said, we've heard about it, but it's kind of as far as it's gotten. And another third said, what? I had no idea that this existed. So that was the spectrum from people who had no idea that this even exists in the state to a third of the soup saying, yes, we have these teams. There's 85 out of 421 districts in my state, so it would kind of represent appropriately in class. But yeah, tell me what it's like. What do these teams compete in? What are the skills that they learn? Yeah, and once we get into that a little bit too, I want to get into how this is accessible. For example, if someone is in a wheelchair or has some mobility or even a quadriplegic, how this might be accessible. But and also how this fits. I know you're like, oh my God, Title IX, like LGBTQ and so forth. But
yeah.
What it? So if someone is saying I'm on a competitive shooting team in high school, what does that mean, Betting Ballistics?
So it means that you literally are representing your school in. I know just about everybody in the comments knows what clay pigeons are, or skeet, whatever you know it as in your region. Clay pigeons and skeet are the exact same thing. But I mean, they're literally shooting orange discs that are being thrown out of a clay pigeon thrower, skeet thrower, bird thrower as it's going across a field. Unless you're doing like pellet rifles, like some of them have mentioned, and those are generally done within the auditoriums of the schools where they're shooting targets at whatever 25, 50 yards, however long the basketball court is generally, or the football field outside is. They're shooting the targets there in a safe manner. We're at a local club. Like around here, and I know where Eagle Run is, it's local clubs that are affiliated with it, and that the students are endorsed through the club using the school's name as Rosswood High School Clay Pigeon Shooting Sports Team. It's generally a local club, so like the one I'm affiliated with, we're affiliated with our local gun club here, and it's going out that way through them. So,
Okay.
But I mean, one of the big things that they learn is discipline and what it means to actually be disciplined in a sport, and what it means to have the responsibility of safety for your teammates, respect for your teammates, respect for a sport. Because let's face it, soccer's not for everybody, football is not for everybody, basketball is not for everybody. Shooting sports are for everybody. Doesn't matter if you're in a wheelchair, doesn't matter if you got one leg, doesn't matter if you got one hand, you got a cleft lip. Shooting sports, it doesn't matter. Everybody's there literally to compete, have fun, and be safe. Like, I mean, that's the biggest thing about it, and grow confidence in yourself. I mean, literally the first match I ever did on the big circuits, I literally came in dead last.
Oh,
I have told this time and time and time again. I had all these sponsors that were like, you have to do good, you have to do good. And I literally came in dead last.
Oh my, wow. Everybody has a
I'll never
starting
forget
point,
it.
right? Yeah.
I'll never forget it. I was like, oh, I'm coming up from the AM. I'm going to do great. So, but like these kids that get college scholarships, my daughter is literally going on a full ride shooting scholarship to college from shooting sports.
That is awesome.
Like no expenses paid. I keep pushing her to go to trade school because a woman in trade school, that's the best thing there is. Like women in trade schools is where it's at. So, but I mean, it's just one of those things. Like the confidence that you literally work with these kids for 4, 5, 6 years, depending on age and when they get in. Like some high schools allow 7th graders to join, some allow 8th graders to join. So you've got 4 to 5 years, depending on when they can join. And they're able to just go, like, you build the camaraderie, you build the confidence. You watch these kids grow from not being able to hit a clay bird at all in the first season, or only hit 3 to 5 during the first season. And then by the time they're a senior, you're watching them run just clean runs and 50 out of 50s, 100 out of 100s. And it's like, and it's literally coming down to time and speed, and you're watching them just grow. And it's teaching them how to be good at something and build a confidence in it. And I think that's a lot with esports too. Like how these kids are building a confidence level that they didn't have before, because maybe they're the nerdy kid that can't play football because they have double left feet, or they don't have the hand-eye coordination to do basketball, or can't run fast enough to do soccer, but they're really drawn to the esports things, and it builds that confidence. And then before you know it, you watch this kid that is so quiet and so, I guess, naive in what his or her abilities are, and you just watch them grow.
That is, I'm with you. And esports, when I interviewed Mike Dahl, head of Wisconsin esports, he said, we looked at the students who participate in esports, and a lot of those students, it's the only sport or extracurricular they ever participated in. Um, so it is kind of that driveway to an activity that they otherwise wouldn't have participated in. He said these aren't the kids necessarily who are playing basketball or football or volleyball, and so we have a question here from John. He's saying, is skeet safer due to using pellets and not worry about distance if missed? I don't know. What do you think?
So skeet and clay pigeons are literally done with shotguns. So 12 gauge,
Okay.
20 gauge shotguns, just depending. And then like the pellet rifles, normally a 17 caliber pellet rifle. Maybe you'll have the oddball 22 caliber pellet rifle, but if the school is offering a pellet rifle, it's because of cost of entry versus getting into the clay pigeons or skeet. Just to cost of entry. I mean, for years I competed with a $177 12 gauge shotgun and 3-gun for years,
Wow.
and I still use it to this day. Like, it is my backup shotgun. And I mean, there's countless and countless and countless rounds through it. It is literally my very first shotgun that I started in high school shooting clay pigeons with, and I still have it to this day. It's my baby. Like, it's just a pump action Steven shotgun. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy about it.
Yeah.
Just plain Jane. It's completely factory, other than my barrel tube extension on it. I put a different barrel tube extension on it now. But other than that, it was just plain Jane or plain Jane 12 gauge shotgun that you would see at Walmart, literally. I think that's ended up where we got it from, was Walmart when I was in high school. That was back when your parents could buy you firearms and give them to you for Christmas.
Right.
Um,
So Bending, so so if you are participating on a competitive shooting team at a school, so you've coached, some of these youth,
mhm.
what's the cost on that? Because one
So
of the things, right, in school sports, is if someone is participating in certain sports, there's a really high barrier of cost, several $100s to football equipment and stuff like this. But what's the cost if you're going to get into competitive shooting as a student?
So when you look at that, like, you have to look at the broad spectrum of everything. Cost is relative to somebody's income. So, well, like Eagle is right. Like, a lot of clubs, because like, it is a club sport endorsed through the high school name. But I mean, and when you get on up to college levels, they're a lot more prevalent, and the colleges look at them, and scholarships come from colleges through the, I guess, i.e., non-Title IX, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I mean, cost is relative to what somebody's willing to spend. Like, you could causes like no Benellis for bending. And I hate when somebody uses the phrase "buy something that's budget friendly" for somebody, because budget friendly for, let's just use you for an example. Budget
Yes.
friendly for you might be $5,000 for a shotgun, whereas budget friendly for myself might be $200 for a shotgun. You can buy shotguns in between those ranges. And so cost is relative to what somebody's willing to spend. But like the club that I'm affiliated with in the high school team that shoots under our club, there's enough of us there that have enough shotguns that, like, the adults that are there, like, if somebody doesn't have a shotgun, they can use ours. I have never once told a child that wanted to get into trap and clay pigeon and skeet that if they didn't have a shotgun, they couldn't participate.
Okay.
I literally have firearms that I keep in my vehicle when I go to these events. That way, if somebody needs a firearm to shoot these events, here's a firearm that you can use and you can compete with. Go have the time of your life.
Wow,
Go
that's
have
really cool
fun.
that you do that.
Like, because I get it. Not everybody can afford a $500 shotgun. So.
And so Eagle Run is bringing up a point of saying most aren't endorsed. They just use the high school name. If they were official, then schools would have to provide the guns and ammo. So this is a good point, Eagle Run. And I would say it's similar in my observation to esports. So there are a lot of schools that don't provide money to support esports. So esports, in my state, they go out and get individual sponsorships, for example, like Jolly Good Soda sponsors Random Lake Esports. But I think it is moving in that direction, as Benning Ballistics noted, because of this hockey stick rise, literally in the last 5 years, going from a couple states to, 34 states, where it is going to become an like a Wisconsin Interstate Scholastic Association, stuff like that. But it will hit that level. That will happen in my mind without any doubt. And I asked my superintendents too. They're like, yeah, within 5 years, we fully expect that. Competitive shooting and esports will be in every school, and it will be part of either for example, we have, again, the WIAA, which is the Athletic Association, been around for 100 years, or the WIAA would conceivably, as in Texas, and I think like Oklahoma, there are some states where they just contract with a third party to kind of run these things. Yeah. And it falls under WIA. So anyway, I think it's happening. I don't think it's the fact that these organizations at the state level are trying to keep the sports out. I think they just moved so quickly, and then COVID kind of threw everything off for a year, that suddenly it's like, whoa, like everybody is moving in the direction of competitive shooting and esports. And so that's my impression. I want to make that clear, because I think there could be a delineation there of saying, well, we're not going to do this because it isn't part of our traditional sports. It's interesting. So Benning Ballistics, we talked about this. There were students in my class who said, we do not have esports in our school because we have a zero tolerance policy for guns. And in esports, for example, there are some cartoonish guns used in some of the esports games. So because of that, we don't have esports in our district. And I thought, well, like, that's, in my opinion, you've got to revisit your zero tolerance policy then, and modify that to include esports. Or saying, or Mario Smash Brothers, or Smash Brothers Mario, or whatever, is too much of violence. I'm like, well, right? Like, as in football, I mean, if you got really nitpicky on these things, but you're looking at students are participating in this, there's also the studies have been done, video games and violence, that there is not a relationship. That came out of Harvard. Grand Theft Childhood was the book about that, by the way, if anyone ever wants to look into it. But we hear these things of, if kids participate, the weak arguments, the uninformed arguments, if kids participate in competitive shooting at the high school, they're more likely to be violent in society. Absolutely not, right? When I went to school, you might remember this. When I went to school, there were gun racks in the back of all of the trucks in the parking lot, and there were guns in them because kids would go hunting, right? It's Wisconsin. We have deer hunting. And so I think there's part of this where people get caught into policies. And what I try to teach my students is, if this is happening, right, if your policy is inhibiting you from doing esports or competitive shooting, you need to change the policy. That's black and white, because the benefits to youth are immense.
I'm in full agreement on that. That's my big thing about like firearm sports, and like literally that entire event Saturday, which we can get into here in a little bit, is all based around that. Like, shooting sports, it doesn't matter if you're wheelchair bound. There's guys that I shoot with nationally that are literally wheelchair bound. Like, they don't have mobility of their legs.
Yes.
And they have like off-road electronical wheelchairs that literally drive them along, and they shoot these matches with us. They run the exact same course of fire and have just as much fun as all of us. We all give everybody crap at all these sports. Like, everybody picks with everybody, everybody has fun. And that's what it's all about, is just getting the youth out there and having fun. Like even with like youth hunting leagues, like I do a lot of work with the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife with youth hunts,
Okay.
where
Yeah.
I provide rifles to youth hunts. And I've built mechanisms before for kids that just have very limited mobility in their hands, but
Right.
they have enough mobility that they can move this enough. And I've created a mechanism that they can fire with, which, granted, the rifle is sitting in a tripod. Whoever's the adult that's with them puts the optic rifle on the animal, and they sight it on the animal, and they bring the kid there and let the kid pull the trigger. Like, that confidence level, when you see a kid that's 8, 9, 10 years old that was told, you're never going to be able to walk again, you're never going to be able to hunt, you're never going to be able to do any of this stuff, and you take them out and you just basically say, you know what, you are going to be able to hunt, you are going to be able to enjoy
Yes.
the outdoors. That's what it's all about, is watching that kid light up with glee and happiness doing this. And
And so I'm going to build on it. So thank you so much for talking about that. So we have right with competitive shooting at the high school level, it opens doors. So students with disabilities, there is the opportunity to make modifications, as you indicated, to give students a chance to participate in these, right? Because the student that you're describing would not make the cut on the high school baseball team or the high school football team, but they're able to, you're able, through your talents, right, and through other people, you're able to modify things. Like in the esports league, it's 3D printing of controllers. So people come in and they're like, okay, this child has mild cerebral palsy, so we're going to like modify this controller, and it's like awesome. And
yeah,
and so also tell us about the LGBTQ event that you recently participated in to even further expand access and awareness of competitive shooting.
so anybody that might not know, there's a shooting team that is solely devoted to LGBTQIA members, that their entire mission is to involve LGBTQIA members into the shooting sports world, whether it's to build their confidence and let them know that, hey, it doesn't matter if you're LGBT or it doesn't matter. Like, we're all here to have fun, and we're all going to respect each other. Yeah, people give everybody crap. I get it. This world is a hard world. But we literally, on Saturday, I spent 10 hours at an event where we were focusing on how do we get people to understand that shooting sports is for everybody, not extreme alt-right or extreme conservative. Like,
Right.
these sports are for everybody. The Second Amendment is for everybody. And I think we ended up getting support from local drag queens that have helped started pushing our events, that are coming to our events and competing. And a lot of them are like, well, we know you. We want to come to a local event with you, and we want to see you guys in action and try it and have fun with it. I have quite a few transgender friends that I have gotten into the shooting sports world that have never thought that they would have fun with this, because they just had this conception that if you own guns, that you're just alt right or you're alt conservative, when
Right.
all reality, these sports are for everybody. It doesn't matter. Like, armed equality is literally, if anybody on here is on Instagram and does not follow Armed Equality, it's okay. You can leave the chat and go follow Armed Equality. Nobody's gonna be mad at you. Just make sure you come back.
Right.
But Armed Equality, they are literally fighting for the rights for everybody and helping the firearms competitive community reach out to these guys and just get everything going. Like one of my really good friends, Wolf Nev, he literally just messaged me on Instagram. Just messaged me and said he's watching the show and he's loving it.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I mean, he has a disability and he's into firearms. And so like literally all this stuff is like these sports are for everybody. It doesn't matter if you have a disability. It doesn't matter if you're paraplegic. It doesn't matter if you don't have mobility of your legs and stuff like that.
Right.
Now, it is harder for somebody that would be a paraplegic or quadriplegic, I guess quadriplegic, to shoot trap and skeet because you're going to have to follow the clay pigeon and you're going to have to hit a moving target. Like, yes, that's going to be harder, but that doesn't mean that you can't take that child hunting and let them know that everything's okay. So,
right.
See, and Mike makes a great point. Like,
Yeah.
So, like, everybody pretty well knows, like, I'm, like, do you, like, doesn't bother me. Like, do you be who you are and love who you want to love? I personally, it doesn't make a difference to me. Do what makes you happy. And that's what it's all about, is just doing what makes you happy. Like, so, I mean, thanks for posting that link, Coop. I appreciate it. He posted armed equality.
Let me, there we go. So yeah, thanks, Scoop. I appreciate it. So you have it. I mean, you've made excellent points. So as a school administrator, Benning, where this also comes in, schools wanting to comply with Title IX or sports for both genders, right, and also where, let's see, students with disabilities. So that would be the Individuals with Disability Education Act, non-discrimination. So there are so many areas that competitive shooting helps schools meet these objectives of what they're trying to do to be inclusive and to provide inclusive opportunities for sports and extracurriculars. So it's phenomenal in that regard. And then also, as we indicated, you're learning skills. You're learning to be part of a team. You're setting objectives, right? You're competing, and so these things are just so valuable to students. And there was something else I wanted to go with on there. I don't know what it was exactly. I'll have to think and come back to it. But as you, I think, Benning Ballistics, as you indicated, and several people in the chat, there's a stigma, right, around competitive shooting. If you were to you just ask people, competitive shooting in schools, there'd be some people say, no way, like, firearms in schools, or, kids learning how to use guns. Like, that would be their reaction without ever having any information about what competitive shooting is, and not also looking back and saying, well, 50 years ago, right? Or when I was in elementary school, which wasn't 50 years ago, almost, but, we brought our guns into school, checked them into the office, and had our hunter safety class at 3:00, at the end of the day. But this, this is amazing, but it's also very similar to what esports runs up against, because people say, oh, those are kids just playing video games. They could log in from home, which isn't true. And where Mike Dahl comes in and says, they analyze post-game strategy. They have, a team that's professionally marketing this, kids, and they're putting together video, and they're getting like scholarships to Mankato and marketing. And I think it's just people who choose to not be informed. But you brought up some good points, and you said before the show, you said, how does competitive shooting market itself, right, as a sport? So give me your idea on that. How does competitive shooting, not only at a high school level, but just in general, how does competitive shooting successfully market itself as a legitimate sport, which I believe it is. I'm just saying though, right?
Yeah.
How does it market itself? What do you think?
Well, one of the big ways that like competitive sports can really market itself is through having the diversity exclusion for everybody and just letting everybody know like there's enough people that are like myself that are doing these sports that are willing to go with you and work with you with these sports. If you don't have a rifle because let's just say maybe you're apprehensive, like you don't know if you're going to want to get into it, dumping $500 on a pistol or a rifle or a shotgun, you don't know if you're going to like it. I get it. 100%. It's just like, but social media is the biggest thing. Like, so while we were at this event on Saturday, we were marketing more to the side of this is for everybody and everybody needs self-defense. But after self-defense comes the continuous practicing. And that's where the competitive aspect comes into it. Let's have fun while we practice. I mean, but Yukikaze is right. The misinformation of the
Absolutely.
propaganda, as I'm wearing the defund the media shirt, like he's right on the money with that. Like defunding the media and the false propaganda of all of it that is pushing this agenda that is just saying, well, all this is bad when in all reality, all of it's not bad. Like these sports, I mean, just these sports alone, just bring people together that maybe would have never crossed paths before.
Absolutely.
Like
You remind
you
me.
could call it, like you, for example, he's all the way in New Jersey. What
Okay.
literally brought us together was the firearms community. Like, if it wasn't for that, we would have never met.
That's amazing.
And I mean, same with Ron Wayne. Granted, he's only a few hours away. Like, we would have never met. Vanessa, anybody here, like, we would have never met. Half Mile Sniper, he's all the way in California.
Holy smokes.
I don't know where Cody is, but like Eagle Run and Solitude, like, these great conversations we have regarding, and even Half Mile can probably give advice too on like how do we let everybody know that these sports are for everybody, not just one or the other.
So I think you're absolutely right on, right? Like, so what's the education helping people become aware of this? What is the sponsorship? And is it like a Cabela's partnership? I don't know. I mean, what is the partnership to start bringing this kind of I don't know, mainstream?
So my goal with this year, when I got into this season of this year, was I was going to bring 5 new shooters to their first match.
Okay.
At no cost to them, like straight no cost, like 5 shooters that we were like everything was paid for. All you had to do was show up. And if you couldn't get there via your vehicle, let me know because I will come get you. Like
That's awesome.
Come to this match, come have fun. And out of the 5 people I've taken this year, 4 of them went to their second match on their own. So
that is amazing. I mean, you're an incredible, mentor. So how about the school and the coaches? How's your interface there?
So when I first initially started working with the high school team, there was a lot of backlash because let's face reality. I've got big holes in my ears. I'm covered in tattoos. My beard was down to here till about a week ago. I get it. Like my image isn't quite the image that everybody perceives somebody to be in the firearms industry with and to compete at the level that I compete at. But once they realize that, oh, well, he just looks like he's rough and that he lives in a tunnel, um, but he's actually a halfway decent person and he's very
You're a great
knowledgeable.
guy. You're a great guy. Yeah.
So literally last year, I had a cousin that has never shot a firearm past, I want to say 250 yards. And literally, I had him hitting 1,000 yards within 10 rounds, just out there having fun. Like
Wow.
like we were literally just having fun talking, shooting smoke back and forth, and then it was just he's out here shooting at 1,000 yards. And he's
That
like,
is
I've never done that
amazing.
before.
That is amazing.
But like there's camaraderie amongst all of it. Like
Right.
I've got a really good friend that's supposed to be on my show tomorrow night. Um, he's the king of 2 Mile, and he's one of the nicest people you'll ever meet. And when I met him,
Yeah.
I knew that I wanted to model myself after him. And so like I've followed a lot of like his mindset of just bring somebody, just have fun. Who cares if you come in first or you come in last? We're there to have fun. And I modeled myself after him, and it has been one of the greatest things that I've ever met. Like he's one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And he's all for getting the youth involved. Like he's got his kids involved, and like he really has pushed me in the years I've known him to bring more people.
So what is you talked about scholarships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So youth participating in competitive shooting.
Yeah.
What are some options for what's out there for scholarships or for competing after high school and maybe what you do as far as competing on a national level, like what can they look to and say, if I really dedicate myself to this, right, here are some opportunities that might present themselves. What does that look like?
So I mean there's scholarships for literally everything now. Like let's face reality. Like if you've got blonde hair and a red beard, there's probably a scholarship for it. It's seeking that scholarship and getting awarded it and figuring out how do I grow with this to administer myself into this scholarship potential. And like I don't have all the answers to it, and I can't pretend like I do. But I know what I've watched people get into with it, where colleges literally approach kids at these events that are seniors and be like, hey, do you want to come and shoot for our school? This is what we'll offer you. Then you start getting those offers of, hey, this high school is offering this. Well, now this college, sorry, not high school. This college is offering this. Well, now this college is offering that. Then before you know it, trap, skeet, and target shooting, like with pellet rifles, are all Olympic sports.
Yes. Yeah.
And so you have the Olympic level there too. And it's like Half Mile says, like your main competition when you're shooting is literally yourself. Can you get out of your head long enough to have fun? I mean, I literally fight my own self a lot of times at matches. So
that is, I mean, that's amazing, right? Yeah. So help me to understand this too, Benning. So if you are competing, in the youth that you coach, are they competing individually or they're competing on a team, or is it like high school golf, for example, like every player contributes to a team score? And then I guess how does that work?
So you have team matches and you have individual matches. As a team, you're there together. But as an individual, you are there as an individual. although you're all amongst the same team. So, like, if Half Mile and I went to a match together and we're both on, let's just use for an example, Half Mile and I are both on Team Century Arms.
Okay.
Half Mile and I are representing our team as Century Arms,
Gotcha.
but Half Mile and I are competing against each other. You come as a team, but you compete individually as individuals representing your team. I mean, you're going to have team events. Like, there's 2-man team events, especially in the long range world. There's 3, 4, 5-man teams, or women, men, women, it doesn't matter. Teams that are competing together as one cohesive unit. But in like pistol and 3-gun and things of that nature, you might be there with your teammates. But depending on how the match is set up, you might be competing with your teammates that your team has the overall score or the individual has the overall score. It's like drag racing in a way, if that
Tell me
makes
more
sense.
about that. Yeah. So can somebody then be ranked kind of like at a state level, but yet they're part of a team? And then is it like a batting order where their number 1 is competing against your number 1 and number 5 is against number 5, or how does it
No,
work?
I mean, everybody is running the exact same course of fire. So, like, you don't know who's number 1 till the end of the match. Like, you don't know who won overall top shooter of the entire match till it's all said and done. I mean, yeah, you could look at points if you really wanted to, but
Okay.
that only makes you get in your head more. If you see, let's say, Sam is 3 seconds ahead of you and has a 97 percentile, and you have a 96.8 percentile
Okay.
with 3 seconds behind Sam.
So let's stop right there. So you're talking about terms that I don't know. So how do you measure shooting competitions? You said something seconds, and then I guess accuracy, or I guess what's measured?
So target acquisition and target neutralization,
Okay.
if that makes sense. So impacts on target would be your target neutralization. So your impact, in essence, would be your target neutralization. And then time. So I don't mean to be picking on Half Mile all the time, but I'm going to pick on Half Mile more. So if Half Mile and I are running the exact same match and we're literally running the exact same speeds or the exact same percentile, it's going to come down to the second. And just like how Half Mile said, classification and then high score by the discipline. So, like, you have pro, you have semi-pro, you have amateur, you have marksman, and then you have non-affiliated or non-ranked, or however,
Yeah.
non-PRS member or non-3-gun member, non-NRA, whatever, however you want to look at it. You're going to have all that, but it's also going to be like you're an individual, even though you're in a team. Like, you're all individuals. Like, I have an uncle named Ed.
Not Ed Gein from Plain, Wisconsin, right? Who murdered people and then tanned their hide and made a couch out of it? Not Ed Gein, right?
No.
Okay, good.
Just
had to check.
No, but I've got an uncle named Ed. That was funny when I saw that come on there. Yeah, unclassified, like Half Mile just said. Thank you. But like, so if Half Mile and I are running the same match and he's in pro and I'm in unclassified, in essence, I could beat him in an overall score or win the entire match in first, even though I'm unclassified. But in pro, if Half Mile won first in pro, in his division, he would be first, or senior or unclassified, whatever. It wouldn't matter. Like, it goes by classification, then overall score.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So, like, you could have individual classifications for junior, sophomore, freshman, senior in high schools. Like, but everybody is ranked amongst everybody, or varsity, or um, I don't know what it is underneath varsity. Junior varsity,
right? Junior varsity and kind of freshman. So if I read this correctly, from what I gathered, it's from middle school to high school competitive shooting. So there are states, right, and schools that have this in middle school. So middle school to high school is where it gets, which I think is pretty awesome. Yeah,
like marching band. Think of it like that. Like marching band, you have to be so old or in such grade in order to march in the high school marching band. Not everybody in the high school marching band is in high school, or at least they weren't when I was in school.
Right.
Yeah, like you could have JV and varsity that could compete against JV and varsity, but overall, like everybody's running same course of fire together, whether they're JV or varsity, it wouldn't matter.
Man, that is incredible. That is incredible.
That's my 2 cents on it based on my experiences. Now, I can't say my experiences are the end all be all, but they could be helpful, especially in getting it out there. I mean, the shooting sports networks are just, I mean, it's like I said, they're literally for everybody. Yeah, we're in a hard time right now with things that shouldn't be happening when we protect money more than we protect our kids. But I'm not going to get into that. I'm really not going to get into that. Sorry.
Well, so what we've been talking about, right? There are some things out there that I want people to leave with, and not that we're like ending right now, but I want people to, one, it's educating about that this is a sport, right? And this also has been a competitive sport since 2007, and there have been no injuries associated with this sport. And we know that participation in sports, including competitive shooting, leads to there's a correlation there between higher attendance in school, fewer discipline events, better academic performance. So those are 3 things that are correlated from the Centers for Disease Control. So this is good stuff. And then, the question too is like, are some schools not doing this? And I don't know the answer to it, but are some schools not doing this because their policies hamstring them, right? Their policies, so zero tolerance for weapons. And then, well, we can't do esports because there's a weapon, that someone's carrying around a cartoon gun. And we can't do competitive shooting because, right, then it gets murky with our zero tolerance policy. I know that happens in some places. I couldn't really dig down too deep with my classes in that, because really, again, it was a strange breakout where a third were like, yes, we know about this. We have this. It's excellent. Another third was like, we're aware of it, but we haven't done anything with it. Another third was like, what? So, but there are these schools which will have zero tolerance policy for firearms, and they'll just be like, nope, we're not doing competitive shooting. So in those cases, boom, I believe there needs to be education. I would say you need to change your policy. You need to have the opportunity to make the argument that this should be considered as a sport or an extracurricular activity in your school. So, and the fact that you can modify this for students with disabilities, you can, that this, there are outreaches to LGBTQ and so forth, just make this really appealing. So who do you think Bending Ballistics as a corporate level could really move the dial on this? Like if a corporation got behind this and was like, what was it? Red Bull starts to sponsor something weird. Was it like people creating vehicles that could fly off of whatever? I'm just trying to think, like, what do you think would be a good corporate sponsor that could suddenly be like, whoa, or you see like a Super Bowl ad, right? And it's a corporate sponsor for like competitive shooting or something like that, where people be like, whoa, I didn't even know that existed. What are some companies or whatever where you're not putting companies on alert here, but just like, what do you think would move the thinking? What do you think would bring awareness? What level?
So there's some really odd sponsors in the firearms community that people don't realize. So Zoom baits, like Zoom fishing baits, anybody that fishes, I'm sure they know who Zoom baits are. Zoom
Okay.
baits is a big sponsor in shooting sports world. Titan Boats is another huge sponsor in shooting sports world. But if you want to get a corporation that says, hey, we're going to stand behind this, get your Farm and Fleet, your Royal Kings, your Bass Pros, your Cabela's,
Like
your
it.
Sportsman's Warehouse. Stores like that where your outdoorsy people are going, they're like, oh, hey, let's go get this. And Half Mile's right, like the outdoor channel, like who all gets the outdoor channel? Like I don't have it.
Yeah, I
I
get the
mean, it's not even
24-hour
offered in
Ghost
my area.
channel. The hell's up with that? I
Yeah,
don't need Ghost 24 hours.
but
No, it's a good
TLC comes free on everybody's channel.
right.
So that adds to its own headache there. But like these outdoors companies that people um that these people go to that might not realize that, because I mean, yes, fishing and firearms kind of mix together, I get it. But not
Right.
everybody that fishes shoots competitively. Not everybody that shoots competitively fishes. And that's where like Zoom and Titan Boats and companies like that have really broken into the firearms world and started doing sponsorships for companies, or not companies, but individuals and teams, that has really opened up a lot of eyes of it. I mean, yeah, you have your Benellis, you have your Stoger, you have your Stevens, your normal firearms companies that everybody's like, oh yeah, well that makes sense. But when you start getting companies like Cabela's and things like that that are like, oh hey, we'll stand behind this team, it it adds more. Like oddball sponsors that people wouldn't even realize that could back in high school would be like your locally owned Holiday Inn. Like back them, support them.
Right.
Like
Yeah, absolutely. Or your insurance, whether it's your local
yeah,
Allstate agent, right? Or, whatever. Um, but yeah, and that's so I shared this before, but in Wisconsin for esports, Jolly Good Soda sponsors Random Lake, which is a very small school. It sponsors their esports, which isn't a big funding commitment there, but it is really cool that Jolly Good does that. So they get some various equipment and payment for to be able to run that program. Um, but so one of the things that came up when I was bringing this up during class, betting ballistics. So one of the things that came up was um, one of the soups said, I like this, David, but I'm not sure I could get the board behind it because, right, we'd have to hire a coach, and a coach is maybe $3,000, and they're not sure about. It wasn't that they were opposed to the sport; they were just like, I don't know if we want to add in the cost of like another, extracurricular activity. I'm like, okay, like personally, I think you've got to advocate hard line for that because this is such a plus for your students, right? To do this. And when you look at it, a few $1,000s, yeah, I know it's not willy nilly with money, but really, like if you're putting this together to make a commitment to a coach and some basic, I don't know what your expenses would be for equipment or if there's transportation or whatever it is, but it's not going to be that much money. And then you can work through the idea of trying to pair up with a sponsor, or if you recognize this as a club, that's another thing. Schools are reluctant, in my experience, to recognize new things as clubs, whether it be esports, for example. And when they don't do that, they don't create a line in their budget for the clubs to be funded. So if somebody donates, like the JCs donates $300 to the competitive shooting club here at your high school, right? The high school is like, okay, we don't have a line item. We don't have an account for this because it's not a formal club. So it gets hard for people to manage the money. So that's something too, is like you have to recognize this, you commit to it, you make it a club, you give it a line item so they have a budget, they can do fundraisers and they can buy, equipment or pay for a coach. So let me ask you this: are there referees at these events, and who pays for the
You have the
referee
you have
or
the
officials?
ROs. You have
Okay.
ROs, which is range officers, range safety officers. They're there, and they're generally the scorekeeper and everything else. But so everybody that works with the high school team that I work with, we are all volunteer. The teacher volunteers their time.
Okay.
We volunteer our time, and literally just to get these kids involved. Like that's literally what it's all about, is let these kids have fun. Like,
Yeah.
who cares if they come in first in the state? Who cares if they come in last in the state? They're having fun. They're enjoying the outdoors versus on social media. Like, that's literally all it's about. Like, even when we work with the Kentucky Fish and Wildlife, that is all strictly volunteer. Like, the rifles I built for the youth hunts, like every year when I build rifles for youth hunts, I build them at cost. I don't make a profit off of them.
That's amazing.
Like I talk about them some, but I don't do anything. Like, I don't make money off of them. So it's literally just to get these youth members out there. Like, I provide ammo for the youth hunts. And just like Half Mile says, like your ROs or your stage master or whatever you want to call it for that stage is basically like your referee, I guess, in some regards. But you just come on your own time and your own dime for the love of the sport. Like, that's all it's for, is the love of the sport. Like, and it's the same for these kids that want to hunt. Like, I cannot eat red meat, so I don't hunt anymore.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that I can't teach somebody how to hunt. I just can't eat the meat. And that's because of health reasons that I have. So
Man, this is amazing. So let me take you to this scenario. All right. So the scenario is you get contacted tomorrow. Someone's watching this show tonight. And they're like, and there's a couple things they say. One is, Doc, that microphone is great. And I'm like, thank you. And the other question, or the other statement they have is, you know what? My son or daughter is in high school, and they've been talking about competitive shooting because area schools have it. Our school doesn't. What might Bending Ballistics suggest to be their next step or steps to help their district become aware of competitive shooting, that it is actually right in 34 states, that 44,000 youth participate in this? How might Bending Ballistics advise us to approach like a school board or the athletic director and say, hey, like, this is out there. It's not here, but this is out there. And we'd like you to become aware of it or to consider it. Like, what would you say would be compelling where someone would be like, we don't want to offer it here?
The first thing that they're going to need to do, seriously, is talk to a local gun club. Like, whatever gun club is in their county.
Yeah, that's a great point.
So let's say we'll just use Madison County, Wisconsin. I don't know if that's an actual county or not, but let's just throw it out there that Madison County, Wisconsin.
Let me do this.
Or Milwaukee County.
I'll bring it up on screen. So this will give us a little bit of context right now. So let me do it. I'll bring it up on screen. So this is where I live, Portage Riding Gun Club. So this is right.
Yeah.
Close to me. I bike past this actually. So okay. So now they're aware of the gun club. So where do we go from here?
Okay. So they're going to need to talk to the president of said club and say, hey, we would like to try to start a youth trap and field team under the affiliation of this club. So we need to know, would this club be willing to help us grow a youth sport for are high school students. And I'm going to tell you this, 9 times out of 10, any club is going to tell you yes, unless they're affiliated with another school. Like, let's say Portage is
Okay.
affiliated with, I don't know, let's say one of your high schools is St. Joseph Christian Academy Catholic First Protestant School, whatever. Like,
Okay.
whatever it is. Well, we can't because we're already affiliated with them, but we know this other club that is wanting to get involved in it, and we're willing to help you get in there with them, and we're even willing to send you volunteers. And like, you start marketing this towards, hey, let's try this 1 year, and
I
if we get
love
some
that.
traction on
Pilot.
it,
Right. Good. Good. Yeah.
yeah, do a pilot year of it and just try it. Because what's the worst that's going to happen if you don't try it? Nobody shows. Or if you try it and it's the worst that's going to happen, nobody's going to show up.
Right.
Like,
Well,
that's the worst that's going to happen.
yeah, I like that you said that, because one thing with schools is schools become a lot more receptive to things if you say, we'll do a 1 year pilot. And then they're like, oh, like a board of education, right? And a principal or superintendent's like, okay, I don't have to make like a commitment right now. We can do a pilot. So I love that you said that. And also, like, if I'm looking at Portage Riding Gun Club, I'm thinking, if I'm the gun club, I'm like, whoa, like, here are more people who will participate in the gun club. And here's the future of the gun club, the next generation of the gun club. So there's motivation for the gun club, right, to be a part of this. So
When
I
we're old,
love that.
when I'm old and decrepit and can't feel my hands anymore and walking around on a cane, this next generation of firearms enthusiasts and competitive shooters are going to be the ones that I'm going to be sitting there watching while I'm that old man as a RO that can't see the target that he's supposed to be spotting and is half deaf. These are the ones that are going to be leading the charge of keeping these sports alive. You start a kid out
Right.
at 14, 15 years old, like, I mean, come on. Like, him or they or her, whatever pronoun they want to use, are literally the future as I'm getting older. Because there's going to come a time where I'm not going to be able to compete anymore. Like, I'm 25% permanently disabled.
Okay.
Like, there's going to come a time where I'm not going to be able to compete anymore. Like, I just physically won't. Like, these kids are the ones that are going to have to carry on this legacy. We can only pave the road so far until our road ends. They're the ones that have to charge it the rest of the way. It starts out with gravel. Every road has to have a foundation. And right now we're the foundation. We have to put the asphalt on top.
That is a great point. I'm bringing up. Let me. Jeez. Okay, here we go. I'm coming back to that website. So as you said, bending ballistics, we need to put down a foundation. We need to put down the gravel. We need to compact the gravel and put the road on top. And that's really our youth carrying forward. Here's a newsletter. I didn't even know this existed, right? So like what you shared, your local ride and gun club. I bike past this place all the time. I bike past it maybe 50 times this year. And I'm like, that's really cool. Like, I bike past it. I didn't know anything about it, right? And so, right, I had no idea that this would be the contact information, and do a newsletter. You contact Shane here at, right, sandandwood.com, and that you can get information about the club. And of course, right, like, you could contact the club and say, hey, we are interested. They have adopted a highway apparently here, hunter safety, cleanup days. So these are all, in addition, right, these are all community involvement things. And schools also have in my area, the schools require for graduation that students have so many hours of community service type things. So you can also kind of maybe get that through there's ways to tie this in. Um, but the mentorship coming out of here, and they have a end of league potluck dinner. I mean, I'm just saying, well, this is so cool, right? And imagine them being a part of your school district, mentoring middle school, high school students. I think it's phenomenal, right? And not nobody, but like I didn't really. I mean, to be honest with you, I've lived here 20 years. I bike by it all the time. I never knew kind of that they did this, and I never thought that they would be the people to contact and say, hey, like, I don't know if our school participates with them, our district or not, but as schools tend to grow this, I think as you indicated, right, partner or work with your local rod and gun clubs, and then also, what I tell my superintendents is I said, if you run into these zero tolerance policies, which were really big back 10 years ago, and some districts still have these, and suddenly someone brings up, oh, we want to consider a competitive shooting club, and they're like, can't do it. Our policy doesn't allow it. I'm like, well, that's garbage. Like, then you have to stop and revisit your policy and amend your policy so you can have this in your school, right? And to me, that's an absolute. Your policy just is not. It's not inclusive. It's not modern, and it's okay to do that. That's why I tell people too, like, you're not failing if you modify a policy. Policies are meant to be amended. I amended many policies, but don't sit there and say, we have zero tolerance, Dave, so we're not going to have a competitive shooting club. That's garbage.
Well, I'm 100% with you. Like, I'm 110,000% with you. Like, it's the bad part is there's this conception that firearms are evil. But there's not the conception that people do evil things with evil intentions. And that's what we have to get past as a society. However we get past that as a society, I don't know. I'm not the end all be all, and I don't know that answer. I wish I did. I really wish I could figure out that answer on. I made Ron buy a Taurus TX22.
Wow, Ron used to drive a Ford Taurus, a 2002 model.
Did he?
He totaled it out in winter, though. He's all right, though, but kind of crazy driving. He's going too fast.
But I mean, and that's the biggest thing with it is like how do we? Because no matter what club it is, whether it's the LGBT rights club or it's the computer programming club, somebody's going to have something negative to say about it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's always going to be something negative to say about any club. Like, maybe, well, my kid can't get into it because they don't have a computer or they don't understand coding.
Exactly.
And that's the exact opposite of, like, if any of the schools that are watching this, like, if they ever want somebody to come up and volunteer, as long as I can do it within my match schedule, I will literally come up and I will volunteer with your youth. And I'll say that right now, marking the time at 10:21 on the 26th of October of 2022. I will come volunteer with your youth if any of them want me to, as long as I can fit it into my match schedule and you want somebody to come guest volunteer and help teach your kids, I'm more than happy to do it. I don't care, like,
right.
Whatever hoops and bounds we have to jump through. Like, I will do anything in my power to come help volunteer with your high school team, your youth team. I don't care if it's a youth church Christian team. I don't care. Just getting them involved in these sports, I'm more than happy to do it.
And you're very generous, and I, that is a hallmark that you've presented across the shows that you've been on and across your appearances. And I think there are a number of people who, if they're passionate about, for example, rod and gun or other areas, and they want youth know about it, they take them on and say, hey, like, I want you to know about this, or I want you to know about, like, you're into snowmobiling or ice fishing. We have an ice fishing team, Benning Ballistics, believe it or not, we have an ice fishing team at our high school.
See, that's awesome.
It is. And they go out then with some of the local folks. We also have a curling team, the ice stuff, but we actually have an ice fishing team, and it's a class then kids take on how to ice fish, and the community comes in. They help sponsor their tents, their ice fishing. I have like 2 lakes next to me where they put their tents up and they ice fish, competitive ice fishing. That kicks ass.
I'm sure if, sorry, I'm drinking a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper. I have a mild addiction to Dr. Pepper. I'm sure anybody in any type of competitive sport, whether they're good or bad, are willing to come help plant this seed to the next generation to continue the sport to grow. I mean, that's the biggest thing with it, is just growing these sports and passing on these skill sets to the next generation, because when I can no longer do these skill sets, like, who's the next? Like, if Half Mile and I decided to both retire from shooting sports tomorrow,
holy
who's
smokes,
the next Bending Ballistics? Who's the next Half Mile sniper? It's going to be that person that we taught. Like, in all reality,
it is induction. So let me show this mug, because we talked about this before. So CNT is saying that Benning is a solid cat. So Koopa saying, so this is a mug that one of my students gave to me in a recent class. So there's 3 things on here: discretion, best interest, Board of Education policy, and induction. Let's just look at the last thing, induction. I always put these up on the whiteboard or chalkboard or whatever. Induction means when you're no longer in your position, right? How does the next person understand what you did? How do you pass the torch of knowledge, the legacy knowledge and institutional knowledge? And you've got to be thinking about that now, because something could happen to you. You could be gone, or right, if you're not cultivating that, you just age out and you haven't taught the next person, they're kind of starting all over. And so how do you do this induction? So that's a good point, of what you've been saying is how do you do induction? So as we talked about the rod and gun clubs, and now as the schools start to develop, 34 states have these teams, these competitions, that they focus on induction. How do they pass this on of what's learned? So that's a really good point. And I do think, so one thing I know from the fishing team, which I just get a kick out of, because like I never knew that even existed, the competitive fishing team, is it was so exciting for the older folks, right? I guess like my age or older, like to show the kids stuff, right? Or to like lend them rod and reels and, stuff like that, and show them like the ice fishing, like setup and stuff, because like, they're like, if we don't, no one else is interested in this, and they might have developed like special lures or like special adaptations to the shanty, and they want these people to know it, these kids to know it, because if they're not around, it's just going to fade away.
Well, and that's the thing with it, like, with all these sports, they're literally that way. I mean, I can't explain it. Like, there's some youth that I've literally watched from the time they were like 5 and 6 years old, when I first got into the competitive circuit, that are now in their 20s, and just watching them grow up through here. I mean, literally guys that I shoot with and girls I shoot with, watching them have kids and watching their kids grow up and fall in love with this sport and become just embraced by people that have the same passion they do. It's something remarkable. And I'm sure anybody that has competed at anything for a long time, whether it's a bowling league, a fishing league, a firearms league, it doesn't matter what kind of league it is, a drag racing team, hell, who cares what kind of league it is? Watching that passion grow in somebody else that gets passed on. That's what it's about, is passing it on, building a legacy for the legacy to continue to grow.
Man, that is a great point. That
Like,
whole thing of legacy and legacy knowledge and wow.
like
So
so back behind me on the wall back there, I don't know if you can see that plaque back behind me.
okay.
That is a national title plaque back behind me. That, like, it's cool and all, but at the end of the day, it doesn't, like, it is what it is. Like, I love the fact that I have a national title plaque, but it doesn't define who I am. It's just a plaque on the wall. But I mean, like, I don't know. I'd rather watch somebody in the youth take that national title plaque off my wall and display it on theirs and be like, hey, I beat him at this, and this was his game before it was mine. You know what I mean?
No, I do know what you mean. Yeah.
Like, like I bowled in high school too. We came in second place in the state of Florida, in our high school bowling team, because like we had our trap and field season, and then we had our bowling season, and then we had our soccer season right around all that. And like I've got a second place trophy for that, and it's cool. Second place doubles, but like it is what it is at the end of the day. It was cool, but it's
man,
not
it
what
is
I
cool.
enjoyed.
It is cool. I have I have in the corner, and I'm not going to retrieve it. Two first place trophies from when I coached youth basketball, 1992. A league trophy and a conference tournament trophy. So I donated. I had a few others I donated to Goodwill this summer. One was actually 4 foot tall. So, but yes, I took that to Goodwill and said, "Do what you want with these." So we're going to make these into competitive shooting trophies. I'm like, "Go for it." That's actually not what they said, but no, I'm with you, and yeah, I think it is, right. Like, uh, how should I say that? But it's more important to have the sport carry on than it is to have like your record stay forever.
It
And
is
I
like,
kind of felt that way in some of the athletics that I did. So
so John H, that's down here in the comments. He's right above Ron Wayne. I don't know if you see John H there. Um,
okay, so I will search through here.
John H. Anyways,
Okay.
he just got into the competitive side of things, and I pushed John for a long time to get into it. Just go have fun. And John, are you still having the time of your life doing it? Um,
Yeah,
and
and I'm working through here at I have
he's
my
at the very
mouse,
bottom.
which is we have a lot
But
CNT, Vanessa.
John is one of my
Okay.
longest moderators on my chat. Like he's
Oh,
one
there
of
he is.
the,
Right.
yeah, John H. And I believe John is still um competing, but he just got into it recently. And man, I get so excited when John calls me and tells me how he does in his matches. Like I get excited about that. Um I really do, because like he's asked me about firearms and I've suggested firearms to him, and he'll go get it, and then he just has the time of his life with it. And you know what? Like I think that's great. Like like you know what I mean?
So
So
what is an affordable point? So for John to enter, like what did you recommend to him and say, here's what I would start out with for competitive shooting?
so I believe when John started shooting competitively at his local club, um John, what was the first one that you did? Was it steel plate? I can't remember if it was steel plate that he started with, but I highly recommend him to get a Canik TP9. I think it was a SFX is what I recommended him to get, which is about a $600 pistol, $700.
Okay.
And John absolutely fell in love with it. And now he's grown into the 22 stuff, and now he's getting into 22 rifle stuff. Yeah, so John got the Canik first. Now he's getting into 22 rifle stuff, and like it's super great. Like I love it. I can't tell you how excited I get when John sends me pictures of his groups. Like to me, that's the most exciting thing is somebody else getting into these sports. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like I just don't know how to explain it. I get excited about that stuff because I'm just a normal guy. I just had a lot of luck and a little bit of skill.
So this is the Canik kind of that you're talking about, right? Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
About
$600 to get that?
Yeah, 600 to 700.
Okay.
And now he's into reloading. See, like this is why I love my channel members is or my subs on my channel is like getting them getting involved into the reloading aspect and the firearms aspect and the competitive aspect and just going out and trying something new that they would have never tried before. Like, does that make sense?
No, it does. It does.
Like,
yeah,
it is some of the most exciting stuff for me is watching people get into this. No matter how old you are, it doesn't matter. Like, it's exciting to see and watch and enjoy watching all this stuff.
So what do you think is the earliest age to start, I guess, practicing for competitive shooting? You know,
so the rule in my
would you put
family
that
was if you could pick it up and you could hold it, you could shoot it. I mean, I've been shooting firearms since I was like 6 years old.
6 years old. Okay.
Yeah. Everybody's different. I know Eagle Run. I'm not going to throw out his legal name, even though I know it. I don't know how.
His name's Teddy Squantopotamus. But yeah, anyway, for those of you listening, but yeah.
Eagle Run. How old were you when you got it? How old were your kids when you started them shooting? I know your son. You're just now starting with 22, aren't you? Like, so everybody in the comments, put the age that you started shooting firearms or you shot your first firearms.
Okay. Let's look at my note card here. So
Eagle Run started his daughter at 10 years old. And then she got a Cricket 22 when she was 4. So Bolo was 13. Yukikaze was 10. Doc, you were 10. Coop was 6 or so. Ron Wayne was 12. Eagle's son was 6. Misty was 16. His daughter started at 4. John H. was 19. His mom wouldn't allow it. Cody was 4 or 5 for BB guns, 7 or 8 for 22.
Okay.
Sass started his daughters at 9 and 12. Coop started his daughter at 4. Toy Town at 4. Half Mile got his first firearm at 6. Started his daughters at 4 and 6. Eagle Run started at 8 with the shotgun.
Yeah.
Half Mile started shooting around 4-ish. Toy Town started its daughter at 3. So I think it's all relative to what what you feel comfortable with and what your rules are as a family. Like, I get it, not every um not every family has the exact same age um for starting firearms. I understand that. But you start them young and you let them grow and you teach them young and you teach them right. And then those skills develop over time. They start meeting people that can teach them new things and how to do new things with it and really expose everything. Does that make sense?
No, it does. I was going through the numbers here, and 4 was the most prevalent for when kids were beginning to learn how to handle firearms. So, yeah. Um, no, absolutely. So what are objectives? What are some things for whatever age you're coming into competitive
So
firearms? What do you want to learn? What are the skills? Not only the mechanical of the firearm, but is there
well,
like a discipline you're waiting for? Some, what are objectives you want to get a baseline on and then measure and change those
if they
objectives?
understand what yes and no means and stop and go, like, because I mean, you have your basic rules of firearm safety. Treat every firearm as if it's loaded, know what's beyond your target, and so on and so forth. Um, don't point a firearm at anything you don't plan to destroy. I mean, you have all your rules to firearms, and I know I'm leaving some out. Treat every firearm as if it's loaded. Um, I know I'm leaving some out. I don't. I'm going to be honest. I don't know all 10 commandments. Not off the top of my head. Like, I practice all 10 commandments, but I don't know all 10. Don't put your finger on the trigger till you're ready to shoot. So on. Anyways, so on and so forth. I mean, and this is the thing about it is like um, they have to understand basic safety and understand what they're doing because not everybody has grown up on a farm. Like, just realistically, not everybody grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere where if you went to the backyard you could go shoot whatever firearm you wanted. Like, some people have never shot at an indoor range and some people have never shot at an outdoor range.
Right.
I mean, it's the reality of the diversity of the firearms um, community. Like, I've shot at both. Excuse me. I'm sure Eagle has shot at both. I'm sure Half Mile has shot at both. And not everybody has had the exact same type of training. Um, so, and that's the thing about it. Like, you have to start your child at the age that you feel is appropriate. Like, for me, my kids have started young because, like, teach them young, you teach them right. But I also practice very safe firearm storage at at my house. Like, I've installed a vault at my house just
Yeah.
for firearm storage, and like, nobody has the combination to my vault but myself, and that's just for the sheer fact of, I guess, control, maybe.
Makes sense. And, Coop put a comment in here, and I didn't think about it this way, but, if you can teach kids to not touch a hot stove, you can teach them firearms safety, right? And
Yeah.
it's a good point. So nobody kind of frames things that way. Um,
Oh, I'm
it's
in complete agreement with that.
yeah, it's
But I also think a lot of it depends on the demographics in which your child is raised. Like, if your child is raised around firearms, then um then it's inherently taught the safety rules of firearms. But if your child was never raised around firearms, they might not know. Like, I've got friends that have never shot a firearm a day in their life. They have no interest in it. They don't want to. Like, they understand that I shoot firearms and they don't care, but they just have no interest in it.
Yeah, and I mean, just like some people, just interest is individual, right? I mean, some people are going to have interest in some things, and I think it's the point that you've been driving home in the show is it might not be your interest, but it doesn't mean you have to condemn it or eliminate it for somebody else, right? To not become informed about it, right? If whether it's this or it's esports or whatever it could be, of somebody, because it's not their interest, open your mind up to at least become informed about it. And that's where I really think, and I think it is we're making progress, right? As far as competitive shooting, as far as esports, for people understanding and listening, but there are people who just don't want to hear the narrative. To become informed, right? They don't want to actually go to a gun range. They don't want to listen to somebody present who's a coach for competitive shooting, right? And so it's overcoming that, somewhat, which I think is happening. But it is these micro steps. So I mean, I think this stuff is amazing. So how about like some of your personal, like, just awesome stories as a national competitive shooter? So let's, like, if if a kid is listening to this, right, or somebody is sharing this with their kid, like, what is something that you never thought you'd be doing, bending ballistics? Now you're like, whoa, like, I just flew out to whatever, and I participated in this, and I got to do this. I got to meet these people, and here's this. Or even if there's prize money involved or whatever it is, like, share that with us, of things you're doing now that you thought, or you didn't even think about 10 years ago.
So attempting world record shots, like, until recently, I've gotten into the extreme long range stuff, and I just attempted extreme long range with the 22 rifle out over 1,000 yards. And granted, I didn't get it the first time. And that's okay. Like, I'll grow and I'll get better. I attempted the world record with the 22. And I never thought that I would be able to do that.
So what is the world record? Like, what's the
world record is 1,153 yards, I believe. And I attempted 1,203 yards at a standard IPSC target, and I missed it by 12 foot. So, other things that I never thought I would do is just, like, I never knew where the firearms industry was going to take me when I got into competing, and just the people I've met, and the things I've seen, and just people I've met, really. Like, everybody knows who Demolition Ranch is, and Matt Carricker from Off the Ranch. Everybody knows who he is. Like, meeting him and competing against him in 3-gun was probably one of the funnest experiences I ever had. And even competing with him now in 3-gun.
So what exactly is 3-gun?
3-gun is pistol, rifle, shotgun.
Pistol, rifle, shotgun. Okay.
I never thought I would get to where I am now. Like, I really didn't. And maybe a lot of it is because I'm still naive to it. Like, although I've been doing it for a long time now, maybe I'm just naive to it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm very naive to it, if that makes sense. But I'm as nice here as I am in real life. I mean, I can be an asshole just like everybody else, but I mean, I'm just a normal person. I never thought I would get sponsorships and things like that. I never really thought I would get to where I am now. So
you've kind of like a fan following. Do people show up and they're like, "Oh my goodness, that's Benning Ballistics"?
no,
Okay,
not really, because I treat everybody how I want to be treated. Like, one of my big mottos is do unto one as you would have others do unto you. That is one of my biggest mottos in life. It's just treat everybody how you want to be treated. Treat everybody with kindness and respect. I literally live my life by 5 rules: respect, integrity, service, and excellence. Or 4 rules, sorry. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that makes complete sense.
like I have a service to myself to do what's best for myself. I have respect for everybody. I have integrity in everything I do. Like right now, like Ron Wayne knows that I'm really down in the dumps right now, but
Oh no, man!
it's just life, man. Like, it's really all it is just life. That's all it is.
We're your one cool, generous dude. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
mean,
saying.
it's
But
just
anyway,
life.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
so I lost my mom at a really young age,
Okay.
and
Right. Yeah.
like a lot of people, I'm gonna kind of go into a little bit of personal, but so I lost my mom in 2010, and I was relatively young. I'm still young now, but I feel it a lot more now than what I did then.
Yeah.
But like, I didn't know where life was going to take me. So like, I kept going, and I've refused to stop.
Right.
Like, and I think that's where the excellence comes in, is because I refuse to stop. And I have a really big motto in life: when things happen, we can either let things in life make us bitter, or we can let them change us for the better. And I've always chose to be better at, no matter what it is. Like, I know this kind of sounds like a Dave Ramsey, like, morale speech, but I mean, I've been really successful in myself, and I think a lot of it has to do with just how humble I am about a lot of things. If that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. Yeah.
I mean, I'm arrogant just like the next guy, but I mean, we all have our arrogant tendencies, but
Right.
oh,
Oh my
so
goodness. That is I so I am I mean I'm
how about you,
excited.
Doc?
Yeah, what's your question for me?
So if you could go back in time and change
Yes.
one thing that you did, what would it be?
Oh. Um
You can only
I
change one thing.
one thing. I think I would have chosen a different major in college.
What?
So I probably would have gone straight into tried to get into to be an MD, medical doctor. So that's what I would have done. Because I think I had the aptitude for it. I just really didn't think about it at that time, and not that looking now where things have ended up, things are all fine and the pieces have kind of played out to make me who I am. But I probably would have I would have set my sights to that. And I think if I wouldn't have achieved it, then I wouldn't have, but I never really even thought about it. And at the time I was like, well, I was good at chemistry and I was good at biology and all these other things. Like I certainly had the aptitude to probably go down that road. So yeah. I think that would be probably one. So
I
I'd have to
so
think about it a little bit. But yeah.
so there's a little bit of other stuff that, so I see Ron Wayne is like, Benny won't give out his autograph either. So there's some other stuff about me that people don't know. So like, I played music with a band out of Minnesota when I was in high school. We used to tour nationally and stuff like that, and internationally. I've done 3 world tours with them, and
Wow.
very proficient at drums and things like that. So it was cool. Like it really was. It was a lot of fun.
Is
We
Man, that
we
is
did 2
awesome.
albums. One went platinum. It was
Really?
really cool. It was really, really cool. It was a lot of fun.
Wow.
But, but
Um,
I mean, I was younger than, like, I took a hiatus after high school from firearms, and just kind of like I kind of burned myself out after high school. Didn't really, just like every other. Um, I don't play guitar at all.
okay.
Um, I see you talking about bending. I'm gonna bring my guitar when we hang out, and like I don't play guitar at all. Uh, but I mean, it is what it is. But like after high school, nobody knows what they want to do, and I really wish, like one thing I really wish high schools would quit doing is telling people you can't be successful unless you go to college. Like,
Yeah.
I really wish high schools would stop telling people that,
I, I'm,
because
I'm with you on that.
I think, like, one thing that I really have a problem with is, and I understand why schools do it. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand why schools do it, but I don't like the idea of participation awards and telling every kid they can be a doctor, because not every kid's meant to be a doctor. You know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe maybe that sounds a little gruff towards that, but um, like that's just, I don't know. It's just the reality of things. It's the reality of life.
And coming from the school perspective, right? If have been an administrator for a number of years, one of the things that schools are required to do is to do post-secondary studies. So they're required to try to contact students or contact their families a year or two after they graduate, and then they have questions, and it's like, what are you doing? And you're scored more highly if you're attending school. So I always thought that was garbage, right? Because school isn't necessarily an indicator of success. And the way the formula is set up, let's say you get out at 18 and you start manufacturing something that you're welding, right? And you have this great business, and you fabrication business, or you went into the family business, right? And you're doing that. That wasn't regarded as highly on the post-secondary rating scale as if you were in your second year at a community college. So it was this whole thing of push everybody into college, and schools. So these reports would come back, and it would look like your students weren't as successful unless they were in post-secondary college, right?
Yeah.
So that was all messed up. Like I looked at this and said, this is garbage, right? This is trying to, and again, nothing wrong with colleges and universities, except like that's not the career path for everybody. And also, if you're an entrepreneur and you decide not to do that, you create something which is awesome, right? Or
Mhm.
a business product, whatever it is, it would not look like it was successful in these reports. So I think the way that we measure, or the way that schools measure things, is very much in the school lens, right? You have to still be in school to be successful. I mean, it's just crazy, right? So,
Yeah.
but you're right on with that. We talked about
Like,
that in our class on Saturday.
I really wish schools would also like focus on trades for our youth. Like, especially, I mean, I don't know, like welders, like everybody wants to talk down on a welder or a plumber or an electrician. My best friend of 27 years is an electrician. And I mean, him and I mean, when I talk about like best friend, like literally we went to preschool together. And
Wow.
I watched his youngest sibling, well, not really a sibling, but his youngest nephew literally grow up from the time he was like 2 weeks old. And
Wow.
we've maintained a friend. We're on opposite ends of the country now, and we talk at least once a day, every day. And like he's getting married, uh, a week from Saturday. And so
My
I will
goodness.
be, the Bending Ballistics show will not be going on next weekend. I will be at a wedding with my best friend, which super, super stoked about. His fiance, she's a wonderful person, and things like that.
Man,
I'm with Half Mile on that.
yeah, everyone should be able
So,
to sweat copper pipe and weld. Yeah, I go back when I was in high school. I I I had a lot of industrial arts classes, which to this day, like having lived in this house for 20 years, like I've made my own doors for the house, and I've done just a lot of the regular, house owner things. But when I was a senior in high school, a weekend I dropped this trigonometry class, which was taught by a total dork teacher. But anyway, and I took fiberglass and plastics, and to this day, I still apply what I learned from that class. I made a sled for my kids that we used out back, which was like, never shattered on the hill whatsoever, and just I probably have 10 things in this house right now that I have created because of that knowledge, right? That I use. And at the time, I remember like all these demeaning comments from this guy of like, what are you going to do with this stuff? And, you're just going to down the road, you're going to have to take this class at some point. Why not take it now? And I never had to take it. And I'm like, I learned so much. And I'm just glad I didn't listen to this guy try to basically demean the other teacher who was the industrial arts teacher who taught in the room next to him. And I'm like, I'm so glad I took that class. I'm 51. I use these skills to this day. And yeah, it's amazing. And now I think it's really fascinating, right? Because high schools have 3D printing labs and CNC and how that is taking off in school and Thingiverse and the creations happening. And I love it. Like I love that kids are going in and like we talked earlier about esports and those adaptive controllers, for example. So let me just
I
kind of
wish you had one to like show it off. You need to get one and show it off on your channel.
I
You
do,
really
and
do.
I know the person who can get me one, and he showed me a few of them that he's made. So yeah, literally, so there are places you can go where they custom fit you, and apparently, like Sony and the companies that own the rights to these are fine if you modify them for individual use. Like if you start like making 10 of these and selling them, then it can be maybe an issue. But what I also learned is just go to Thingiverse, right? And go to your high school 3D lab and bring the students down there. Maybe they're making their own device, making their own adapted device, or having like a team of students, or putting it out there on the internet and saying, hey, like Thingiverse community, come in. We need whatever to come down, and we need this dampening device, or we need a couple templates, and people do it. And I think it's so damn amazing. I am just thrilled that they do this, and they do it at a school level, organic level, and it doesn't interfere with the rules, right? Esports doesn't disqualify you for having a device, and Sony's not trying to sue you for intellectual property for a PlayStation controller. I'm like, damn it, that is good stuff. And we don't hear enough about that. We do not hear the great things that go on by just like by the ingenious thinking of kids and staff that don't get in their way, staff that support them, and the way that the high school kids literally in the 3D lab can put this out to the 3D community and say, here's what we're dealing with, here's what we think, and the 3D community can be like, whoa, like what, do this, and send the code back. That is so cool. And yet, like, where do we see that on the news? Where do we see this at a conference? I bring this up to my students and I say, here's what's missing. You look at this conference that you're attending, the state conference, right? Your organizations and all the goofy shit they want to talk about. Like, here's like a shared vision and mission statement. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of okay. But what I want to see breakout sessions where you bring in the kids from whatever school, right? The competitive shooting team, right? From whatever the school where XYZ school we're talking about. Yeah. And they come in and they say, this kid is in a wheelchair, and we created this adaptive device and the stabilization thing, and we built it in our lab, and we had whatever. And like, that's what I want to see. you're using it, you're building it internally, you're engineering it, you're using your skills, you're reaching out to the community, and like they don't do that. And it just burns me. I get so pissed off because I'm like, this stuff is useless, 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 semi-good, useless, useless, useless. This should be presented. And they don't do it.
See, the passion you have about esports is literally the passion I have about getting youth involved in the shooting sports. Like that passion level that you're at with that, I can relate to that. And I understand it 100%. And I wish more people would versus just looking at it, oh, they're just spreading violence. Oh, they're just shooting guns. Oh, they're just playing video games.
Right.
Like, so I'm 100% with you.
Yeah.
There's one thing I would change in my life. Like, if I could go back in time versus what I went to college for and everything like that.
Yes.
I would have literally went to gunsmithing school right out of high school. I really enjoy gunsmithing and firearms technology and things like that, and I'm very good at it. I'm very, very good at it.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing I wish I would have done when I was, because let's face reality. Nobody, I don't know. Just back then, like, could have been on the cutting edge of everything now. If I'd went to it then versus 5 years ago.
Right.
So it's just different.
And I think everything you've been saying kind of points to that of like when you are coaching and mentoring youth, like you're also telling them you're capable of this, right?
Absolutely.
And I think it benefits people because they don't hear that. Youth don't hear it. And even like young adults don't hear that. I'll be honest, like my new superintendents. So one thing in this class is I've like, I'm not here all about doc and stuff like that, but I said, okay, like, so I've written many journal articles in big time journals. I've presented on PBS. I've written books, right? I presented before legislative hearings. Like I've done these things, but like all of these things are things you could do. And one of my aspiring soups was talking something and I just stopped and I said, what you're talking about, like that is a conference sectional right there. Like that would be packed. You're so good at this topic. And she was like, what? I'm like, just stop and take notes and contact these organizations and say, you want to come in and present on this because, and she's like, nobody ever said that to me before. I'm like, that's the problem, right? Like, that's the problem. I can spot that. And maybe some other people can, but nobody is telling you what you're capable of. And I think we're such an external society today. Like everybody's going to their phone to say, oh, like, look at me. Like, I'm wearing this, like, this new outfit or whatever. And how many people like, oh, there's like 65 thumbs up and 2 thumbs down. So I think it's something I'll go with, or like my new boat, right? What color and I'm like, everybody's so externally validated and motivated. And no one tells them.
So, ironically enough, you're speaking about that. I did not really a TED Talk per se, but very similar to a TED Talk, talking about endorphins being released in the brain from social media. And man, it's amazing the endorphins that get released in people's brains. So a lot of that is a lot of reason why anybody that follows me on Instagram, why I don't post any of my trophies and stuff like that.
Okay.
Is literally that right there. Is because I don't know how to word it without sounding like a just total jackwagon. Like how do I put it? I don't post that stuff because to me, posting it is bragging, and I'm not into all that. Like I'm just a normal person, like literally just a normal person with a little bit of luck or a lot of luck and a little bit of skill. Like I really hone that in, especially on all my chats, is just a normal guy with a little bit of skill. And I don't know how to explain it. Like I don't want people being like, oh well, we have to follow him because he has this trophy and that trophy and this trophy and that trophy, and let's boost his endorphins in his brain. So I literally did an experiment on my Instagram with a short, just a total experiment to see how much, I don't even want to say haste or animosity I could get for a video I uploaded on my short, but it is trending at quite a bit of where I'm shooting a 22 out at 100, 200, 300, just playing around. And I did it strictly as an experiment, just to see how much, I guess, haste or animosity would
Right.
come of it.
Right.
Just to see. And you know what? There has been more positive on that than there ever has been negative. Now watch, everybody in this chat's gonna go over there and be like, that's fake. Just because I did the experiment where I'm mentioning it. But I mean, I don't know. I was literally out practicing one day at the range. That video was literally the facility that we have, that I keep saying we all need to link up at the facility and just come have a good time. You need to come
Right.
too, Dom. Like you really do. I think you'll have fun with it. I don't know if you're into firearms or not, but I'll get you shooting a mile.
This is Kentucky, right? We're talking about.
Yeah.
So
Hour and 15 minutes from Paducah.
The question, and I do like the Paducah area. Remember, when I went to Paducah, which was only 2 days I was there, but they did tell me there was a Civil War battle there, and I had the cheapest meal I think I've ever had in modern times for a family of 4, but it was good quality. It's not cheap quality, but like I think I got the bill was like $19 for like, 5 pulled pork sandwiches and sodas and fries, stuff like that. I'm like, is there something not added in here? And it's like, no, it's just the way that it was. I just loved it. But the question I have is like, is somebody in the Kentucky area willing to put me up so I don't have to pay for lodging? I just have to drive, hang out, and then you can just pick the mind of the safety doc. I'm good company on a porch around a fire pit, willing to help cook and chip in for meals and all of that. But is there like a home base I could set up shop in winter so I can get away from -20 here to something that would be like a short sleeve climate for a while for like 5 days? That's my question.
So Wisconsin cold and Kentucky cold are two different colds.
That is right, my friend.
So I wear shorts and flip-flops year round here. Now I get looked at like I'm a crackhead because I wear shorts and flip-flops year around here. But it's from the years I lived in Wisconsin. And as cold as it gets in Milwaukee, it doesn't get that cold here. However, it is two totally different colds because of the humidity here. But according to Ron Wayne and Misty Wayne, it gets a lot of snow there. So Jim is asking Kentucky windage or not. So I do know Kentucky windage. I know Kentucky windage by math off my head based on speed of the wind. And I'm pretty good at guessing speed of the wind by the touch and the sound.
Okay.
You could cause him my tactical flip-flops, but he still does not have a Taurus TX22. Just going to throw that shade out there. But yeah, Ron and Misty get a lot of snow where they are. I don't get hardly any snow here. I mean, very, very rarely will it snow here. So
Ron and Misty are in the same state?
Ron and Misty are husband and wife.
Right. They're in the same state. They live in Kentucky.
Yeah, they're how far are y'all? 4.5 hours?
Okay.
I think they're 4.5 hours, 5 hours
Okay.
from me. So I'm just north of Nashville. I'm like 45 minutes.
So I know where Nashville is. Yep.
45 minutes north of Nashville. So if you went up I-65, you would literally like come straight to my house. Like,
okay.
Kind of. You would have to get on another road, but in essence, you would come straight to my house. And
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would love to do. So I'm going out to Pennsylvania at some point to do a meet and greet, and then I have some friends out there who will do the whole Gettysburg tour with me. Right, like they live out there and they know Gettysburg, so like come out here and we'll show you the Gettysburg, which I've never been to. And actually, now that I'm older, like my daughters, middle school, high school, like we don't want to go to Gettysburg, and my wife is like, you want to go there, just like go there, right? That's you want to experience that. So I'm like, yeah. So and also if I can spin something into a book signing, by the way, or just have my book out there as a book event, it kind of becomes tax deductible at some point to do a meetup with the book and some book promo. So there's a little bit of that going on, but yeah, no, I want to do Pennsylvania, and then I want to in winter, right, for me, go down somewhere where it's colder. So yeah. So the Jefferson Davis Monument that is in Pembroke, Kentucky. And Jefferson Davis, by the way, when he was 20 years old, was stationed 2 miles from my house at Fort Winnebago. That's a fact. So 2 miles at Fort Winnebago, Jefferson Davis was stationed here where I live in 1826, I believe, or 1828. And there's still some furniture that he made. He was a carpenter early on, and he made chairs and wardrobes at the fort. All true. So interesting. So here we go with the Jefferson Davis. This is pretty close to you?
Yeah. It's within an hour-ish.
See, this would be fascinating for me because, again, like I literally live 2 miles from where Davis spent his early military experience.
So this is the big monument where I think that's where he died, was right there. There was a big Civil War battle that happened right there.
Right there also at the playground. It was a hell of a battle.
So we used to, when I was really, really little, really little, we used to go there for school field trips, and that slide used to be stainless steel.
Wow. I think this playground might be a little bit original. Wow, stainless steel. Probably really hot. Maybe not.
Oh my
Probably
God.
sharp. Okay.
And your legs would get stuck on it?
Yeah. Yeah. When I was in elementary school, we had a very tall stainless steel slide, and one of my friends.
Bye, John.
This is great. One of my friends had a prosthetic leg, and he went down the slide, but he got stuck halfway, and his leg went down the rest of the way. Mike, everyone kind of freaked out, and we're like, "Oh, Mike, here's our leg back." So, but Mike, cool guy. So, well, this is cool. Like, I would love to do this. Yeah, this looks really cool. And again, like I have this weird connection. I was a tour guide at Fort Winnebago for 3 to 5 years. I don't exactly remember, but I did rebuild the 100-yard split rail fence, and I never took $1. I did all this for free. I never was paid. And then I also, with my dad, rebuilt the 100-foot split rail fence, and I also did maintenance. It was really weird bending ballistics. So I did maintenance on this like 1824 fort building, and you think you'd be going through all these like national, like, assessments of what needs to be done. And I'm like, okay, the shutter needs to go back on. So, I'd figure out whatever and put it together. But there was really no budget to maintain this stuff. So I was just kind of working off my own handyman skills to keep, I rebuilt a well and stuff like that. And I have pictures of it. I mean, it's all real stuff, but I also thought it was haunted, by the way. I shared that in another story, but I also thought it was the good guy. So like, don't haunt the guy who's trying to fix up the place, right? Like, I'm one of the good guys. But wow. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, so that's really cool. So I would love to do a trip into a warmer weather climate in winter, which for me is like November to March. It's like, just shut that down for me. Like, I just need a
As long
break.
as you could get out, as long as you could get out of your area, it wouldn't be bad. Like the city I live in.
Yes.
So yeah, you could Google that. But we got to drag Ron and Misty over, and then we'll have to do a huge podcast.
Man, that would be awesome.
We can have everybody in opposite rooms, and just pretend like we're all over the place.
That is crazy awesome stuff. Yeah. No, I'm really interested in that. And I have some friends in Texas who've also said, like, fly on down to, like Dallas or Houston, and, we'll pick you up. And Joe from Old Humboldt Distillery has kind of made the offer too, of like, come on down. So I think at some point here, I need to do that, because the winters really get to be, at least for me, I'm pretty strong until about like December, and then it gets kind of demoralizing, because like every day is overcast and it might be like 20 below and windy, and it's like there's just not a lot happening. And the older you get, like, it just sucks more and more.
Do you have a kayak, Doc?
A kayak?
Yeah.
I don't. I used to canoe with my dad for years. I haven't canoed though in probably like 10 years, but I don't have a kayak.
You have a canoe still?
It's up at my parents' place. I don't have a canoe like here, but I do know how to canoe. I'm very proficient with canoeing.
Well, I was gonna say,
I'm physically fit too, so
we could go kayaking or canoeing, and I could show you the lakes that I fish in.
Wow.
So Ron is always, so a lot of people don't know this, but I have a fishing channel, and so Ron is always aggravating me about the views of the lakes that I'm at, which is fine. I mean, I could convince Doc to go fishing with me. I think Doc would go fishing with me.
I would, sure.
We don't get ice here, so you don't have to worry about walking. Well, I mean, we get ice, but it doesn't last.
Wow.
You can't walk on it. But there's a bunch of Mennonite and Amish around me. Okay. And so they've got like little ponds like that the cows go in, and those will freeze all the way through. And so like the Amish and the Mennonites will go ice skating on their lakes and stuff and play hockey, and it's pretty cool. Because I know you're a hockey fan, being from Wisconsin. You have to be.
Yeah, not really. I'm not a hockey fan, so.
What?
But we do live next to a Mennonite community, and they made a lot of the furniture, like our kitchen table and stuff like that, over the years. But we live about 15 miles away, and they have like a big dry goods store. There's no electricity, no lighting. They just have like these translucent panels in the ceiling, so you got to go there. No credit cards, everything is cash. So it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah. There's a lot of like really interesting spots around me. Like I'm within a couple-hour drive of Mammoth Cave, if you've ever heard of Mammoth Cave.
Yes.
I'm sure you've heard of Mammoth Cave. Actually, that cave system actually ends on my property. The end of that cave is on my property,
Really?
allegedly, or a
Okay.
section of it is.
Wow.
And then you got like Lost River Cave, which is where they killed Jesse James. I know you know who
Okay.
Jesse James
No,
is.
you're right. Yeah.
Um, we actually have a huge event here um, every year where they do a Jesse James reenactment from where he robbed one of the banks,
Okay.
um, which is pretty cool. Um, yeah, it's interesting. I
That
don't
is
think anybody's going
amazing.
to try to dox me and figure out my legal name and everything like that. I know Ron knows it, um, but I
When
don't.
I'm reading this comment here about Yukikazi. So I'm never going to get that correct. Actually, sometimes I just can't get names correct. But
I just call him Uke.
Yuk. Okay, so Yuk. He's saying like a spirit hitched a ride back while they were at a cemetery, and I once interviewed a psychic medium on this show, maybe like 4 or 5 years ago. And I was sharing with her that, there are times, because there'll be days I'm into biking. I'm a distance cyclist, right? So I will bike 70 to 100 miles in a day, and I love it. And I said, there are times though, like I'll pull off these old country cemeteries where the church is gone and the headstones are all like tilted and stuff, no one's kind of maintaining it. And they'll just like kind of chill out there. And she's like, oh, like that's a bad idea. Like you don't want to go to a cemetery when you're physically or emotionally tired, because the spirits can kind of latch onto you and follow you back. And like to this day, I still am like, holy shit, like I'm not sure I'm going to stop there. I'll just like stop at there's the road up ahead where there's no cemetery. But she was like, the moment I told her that, she just was like, oh my God, like do not do that. You're setting yourself up to have a ghost hitchhike all the way back to your house, and then you've got a real issue to deal with. So that hasn't happened so far, but it is a quirky thing though. To this day, I will never, I will never bike through a cemetery, so or just like kind of hang out. Even like if it's a country cemetery and I'm like 30 miles out, and I'm like, I'll just stop here and grab a little water and a couple bananas that I packed, and I just won't do it because she's like, don't do that. So I don't know. I've never had. I will say, like when I was, I don't know, not to turn into a go show, right? But when I was a tour guide, I had some weird stuff happen. Like I would go up from my car, and my alarm and my lights would flash in my car. I'd come back down, it would stop. I'd go back up to like the fort, and stuff would happen. I'd be like, what the hell's going on here? I'm one of the good guys. So like, don't do this stuff to me. But yeah, I don't know. So
So
no
Doc,
hauntings here.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You can plead the fifth if you want. That's okay. But so a lot of gun guys follow you. Are you into firearms, or are you just kind of one of the things where it's like, it's fine, like it's not my thing, but it doesn't bother me, or I'm just
Um, I'm
I don't
in.
mean to like be
No, it's a
abrasive.
good question. It's a good question. So I'm into firearms, but like, my firearms are like 22, right? I'm kind of like, small. That's and not really beyond that. I think where
I love the
my
22.
yeah, where
I really
my
love the 22.
so so I think my um so people that follow me, so one of the things when I wrote School of Airs, for example, nowhere in this book does it say like guns and Second Amendment are the problem of school safety. Nowhere in this book, right? Because I don't believe that's the issue. um and I believe threat reporting systems are underfunded, and just so much in my work. But I also really went on the offensive when the Case Act was passed 2 years ago, which was intellectual property. And I was reading through it at the time, and I said, this is really an attack on 3D printing in the Second Amendment community. And I called it out with CRS Firearms. So as a guest on Matt Hoover's show, and we were talking about this, and I had Matt on my show. And it was kind of weird, like for someone in school safety to be pointing this out and saying, this is a bad thing. Like this is going to have ramifications for everything for intellectual property. And there are people that follow, like, Zippy on the show and stuff like that, who's into IP. And I just said, this is bad. Meaning it's going to have ramifications beyond Second Amendment to innovation and so I think in those regards, also presenting on PBS TV twice, right? I'm not going down. What do politicians say? Like, oh, we need more 400 bills a year get submitted for school safety, and a lot of those are having to do with either gun control or fortifying schools, of saying, like, let's build schools with no windows, right? Like, those are some bills actually that came out that I talked about. So I do think I have support from the Second Amendment and from the firearms community, because when I'm talking, I'm probably in the minority of safety experts, right, who don't lean on the side of trying to push regulation onto Second Amendment. And also, I'm also very much an advocate and wanting for the 3D community to not have infringed intellectual property rights, which kind of go hand in hand with some of these big movements toward restricting things. So I've been very adamant, and even on public television, right, which was really surprising in 2019 when I presented, that show didn't get more pushback. It really didn't get any pushback, and I was quite surprised I was able to go in the depth that I went, of saying, this, what you're being told is the issue, and what are the issues, are kind of two different things, and here's what's really happening. And so I love my followers. People, they'll email, they'll contact people in here have called me up and said, hey, I'm driving through Wisconsin. I'd like to meet up for lunch, and, we'll just sit down and talk. I've signed books for people in here. So and my publisher, it was really something too, like my publisher was doing an analysis of my social media following, and before Velocity of Information released, because they're figuring out, like, where are we going to market this? How are we going to do Facebook ads, stuff like that, whatever. They're like, you have a strong following in the survivalist community, the 2A community. And then, it was kind of like spreading out through there. And I'm like, that's great. I love these people. I mean, they're smart, they're intellectual, they're detailed, they're thinking ahead. They're very aware of the Constitution and rights, and innovative, and they're good people. If you're broke down at the side of the road and somebody's passing you, they're probably going to stop and help you out if they're one of my followers, right?
Yeah.
Not that I really have followers. I only have 1,240, but I mean, these are good people. Ron Wayne's, Coop. These are great people.
Well, that's why I was curious, is because I know a lot of firearms guys follow you. Like, I follow you, Ron follows you, Coop follows you. All of us follow you. But I didn't know, because I've never heard you talk about them on your channel, so I just didn't know, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, that's, and yeah, I do have an interest in, kind of honestly, like Glocks. I don't own a Glock, but I mean, I do have an interest in Glocks. And
I didn't mean to catch you off guard with that.
No, it's good. And I've been very overt that I don't, I don't think, this hyper regulation attempts in 2A are a solution. And as I think I wrote an article, the journal article, or else I present on PBS, and I said, the only thing that the gun safe or gun free school zone sign created was an obstacle for the custodian that mows the lawn, because they have to mow around an extra sign and weed whack around it. I'm like, it does nothing to make schools safer. It's really there as a legislative tool to maybe create a legislative way to trap somebody, kind of like the hell was it, Al Capone with getting caught on taxes, right? It's not meant to prevent anything. It's meant to be a forensic way to maybe charge somebody with something. But I just look at this stuff and I'm like, Jesus, this doesn't make any sense. Like, as you said, like, what are root causes? We come into mental health and how to get kids involved in things. We know that kids are involved in activities tend to be, less involved in drugs and violence and things like this, just in general, like whether it be, and let's take the gun out of it. One thing I'll also do, Benning Ballistics, I did a tabletop activity, a tabletop crisis activity with my class on Saturday. Again, these are superintendents. So we get in there and I said, we're not going to do an intruder because like everybody goes down that road, right? We're not going to do an intruder. We're not going to do where somebody gets, 3 kids get killed in a car crash. I mean, this is all horrific stuff. I'm like, we're going to do a tabletop today and it's going to be about a power outage. So 9:30 in the morning, boom, the power goes out. So like, what do you do? What's the next thing you do? Who do you contact? So we went through and we did like the first 30 steps. Okay, so they come up with this. We got to call this. We got to, we got to alert the bus company if we have early dismissal. We got to communicate to the building society. I said, okay, so you're doing all the things you would do, communications, assets, all of this stuff. And, but right, you expected me to come in here and say it's going to be an intruder drill. You just expected that because that is what and actually the state requires you to do that. They require you to do a school violence drill. So we're going through the state thing. And I'm like, that's garbage. Like we have tornadoes here. We have a lot of tornadoes in Wisconsin. So let's do a tornado exercise. You're going to still cover the same thing with communications, with assets, two-way radios. I mean, all these things. But people also get trained. When you think of school safety, if I was to just say school safety, what are 3 words that come to mind? One of them would be guns. Boom, right off the bat with everybody. And I'd be like, okay, what comes to my mind is communication, assets, induction. I'm like, so those are the 3 things that come to my mind. What comes to your mind is, guns, terror and whatever. So, so we get into these things and I'm like, hey, like the power outage, and we get into what if it was caused by a cyber attack? So now there's other implications. Okay. And then you have to think what if you can't fill your buses up with fuel? Are you going to keep your kids? I mean, we go through these things and I said, you're accomplishing the same things that you would if you were to go through an intruder drill, which they've gone through so many, but that is for some schools, that is all they do. They're like, hey, we did our 7th intruder drill of the year. And I'm like, okay, but how about like a tornado or lost child? One of my soups, we had a student, had an elementary student with autism who wandered away into a wood preserve. And next to that was Lake Michigan. So we have a whole, so we're getting into all this stuff. Like, so what do you do for that? And how do you practice? But I mean, I think Bending Ballistics, the thing that I really push against, and this is why I don't get invited to conferences. It's really weird because like, the book, I don't get invited to conferences, right? Because what I tell isn't the narrative that the people putting the conferences on, the state organizations who literally say you have to do intruder drills and school violence drills. And I'm like, that's bullshit. Like that's part of it. That's not everything. And they try to make it to be everything. So I stand up against it. I push back against it on PBS. It was awesome because once you present on PBS and it's out there, I mean, pretty indisputable, right? But it is weird because when I did the things that I did later in my career, which is right now, and I was an administrator at the School for the Blind in Wisconsin for 3 years, which was the greatest job I ever had. It was the greatest damn job I ever had.
So my son was born deaf.
Okay.
So I think that's awesome, being an administrator for the School of the Blind.
I loved it. It was the best job I ever had.
I wish more schools and society would like open up more resources for like deaf and blindness. Like I really do. Like I really wish they would. But no, and like I said, I didn't mean to catch you off guard with that. I was just curious.
It's a great question. And yeah, it's
so Matt is how I started my channel. So Matt Hoover is how I started my channel.
Okay. And Matt Hoover is 30 miles from me,
Really?
So, yeah. He's 30 up the highway.
Before Matt got in the whatever hindrance or trouble or whatever you want to call it that he got into, we were planning on we were gonna start just like a beef back and forth with each other on YouTube, and then we were gonna have a squash the beef. Who's better, the YouTuber or the shooter, or the pro YouTuber or the pro shooter? We were gonna do a squash the beef of it, and just like run long range drills, short range drills, and pistol drills, and then he got in trouble, and so it kind of put a damper on everything. But Matt's a good dude. I still support his channel, like even to this day. Like
Yeah.
I've I've talked to him, I've talked to his wife on the phone, and Matt's really good people. I'm a huge fan of Matt.
One thing with Matt is he also helped me as the channel. Like my channel isn't huge, right? It's kind of a niche market, but it has been growing. And he was saying like, here's some things you should check into. Like, here's how to do your thumbnails and how to do some other stuff. And I was like, whoa! Like, so he was giving me useful advice.
He's,
And
he's a
he's a
very
smart
nice
guy.
guy.
He very nice, and was very helpful. And again, I quote, he is quoted in this book, The Velocity of Information. I interviewed him on the show, and he was talking about what he called the 4 phases of chaos. It was a show he did like 3 years ago, and I was watching it. I'm like, that's really good. Like, there are things that he's picking up on that other people aren't. So I cited the show and talked to him and got some clarification. But yeah,
Matt's
so it's really a
really nice guy. Very, very smart. Like I've been pushing Ron on his channel, and trying to help him get tips and pointers on his channel. And literally everything that I'm telling Ron is literally everything Matt told me. Like, I mean, verbatim. Like, I'm not the smartest man in the world, but I know to take good advice when it's given. And that was the thing with Matt. Matt really pushed my channel in the beginning. But Jim was saying up here, if he fishes and he's a marksman, he must be into bow fishing up here. Yeah. Or spear fishing. And I actually do spearfish.
wow.
Have you ever spearfished?
I haven't. It does happen in my state though. But yeah, I
So
have not spearfished.
when I go to the ocean and go diving, we spearfish for lobster when we go to the Bahamas.
Oh, wow.
Down there on the reef.
Yes.
It's normally the first week of August, and we go down there and we spearfish, which is really, really cool.
that sounds amazing. So
so you don't dive at all or anything?
No. Kind
No?
of my thing. So I play basketball, and I coach basketball for a number of years. I played at the college level, so I do continue to play hoops. I'm pretty good. I mean, I'm 51, but I'm in shape. I don't have any bad knees or ankles. So just like
You're a
that
Badger?
fact. What?
Are you a Badger?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Congratulations.
So, well, thanks. So
Too bad they got beat by Louisville.
Yes. Yeah. No kidding, man. So
I'm not a Louisville fan. I'm actually a Florida Gators fan. I'm a diehard Gators fan, and we are really suffering this year.
Yeah.
So
the Badgers and Badger football and it's interesting because I have a lot of friends. Well, not a lot of friends, but I have a number of friends who went on to become professional athletes. So even like I have a friend who played for the Tennessee Titans. I'm not going to give his name, but played several seasons for the Titans. Still lives in Nashville. So I'm going to have some of these folks on the show at some point because I have some specific stories for them to tell. Like, what happens when you become a pro athlete, right? What happens when you get drafted in the NFL? For example,
I couldn't imagine that, because that there's a lot of being in the pro firearms side, it's a lot different. Like, nobody knows who you are, and it's great. But I've got friends that wrestle on WWE.
Yes.
Like very good friends of mine, and I've asked some of them, hey, because they're really big into firearms, and I've built some custom firearms for some of them, and I've asked them, I was like, hey man, or hey girl, or whatever, would you come on my channel and just come talk about firearms? And they're like, no, I will not, because in this, and they'll go into this huge spill of why. And I used to, like, I don't guess it ever fazed me because, like, even though they're on TV, like, whatever, they're the same people. Like, they're the same people to me. Like, um, one of them is like over 6.5 feet tall, like huge, huge. I mean, just absolutely massive.
Wow.
And I've been kind of like abruptly vocal towards him when he was doing something that he wasn't supposed to with a firearm.
Yeah.
And um and so like my uncle, he knows these people too. And so like I use their actual names. I don't use like their TV names. And he's like, you better watch talking to him that way or talking to her that way. And I'm like, what? What are they gonna do? Like, it's like, you don't realize how big they are. I was like, I know how big they are. I've met them in person. But and I don't know. It's just funny, like a couple of them live in Nashville and a couple live down in Orlando, where I'm
Yeah.
from. So
Yeah.
like I've known these people for a long time now. And just I don't know, they're just normal people to me. And that's the one thing that they said is like no matter how big we got, he just treated us like normal people and that's all we wanted. I was like, oh, and I
Well,
respect their identity. Like I'm not gonna throw that out. Like I'm with you on that.
I
Um,
had so a good friend of mine worked for the Green Bay Packers in like their accounting department, finance and stuff. So in the 90s, if I'd go, a couple of us would hang out with him. It was very common that, he'd go out and meet up with players at night. And he just said a couple things. He's like, they just want to hang out. Like, don't ask them to sign anything. Don't expect they're going to pick up your tab. Don't just necessarily talk football and just like hang out and have a good time. And also don't ask for photos. Like, don't do the photo thing. So, and we had a blast. Like, it was I mean, it was so much fun. And so, like, one of the things, one of my friends who was drafted into the NFL and played quite a few seasons, he said, because I'm going to have him on the show. I just haven't had him on yet, right? But he said, when you get drafted into the NFL, and this was like 15 years ago when he got drafted in, but they sit you down and say, listen, your parents now are going to be a target for someone's going to slip on their sidewalk and try to sue them, and people are going to try to do the same to you and all these things. So like they tell them, because they have money, right, that people are going to be trying to extort you and these things that they get taught. And then they also were given cards, like a credit card type thing, but it had numbers to call. Like if you're ever in a situation where you don't feel things are right, you're being set up or something like that, whatever it is, like call this number. And then they had someone from the team or league would come out and meet you. And whether it be like some weird thing, you're trying to buy a house, or it's just whatever it was, like something weird is going on that you just don't sense, that, or you sense something is off. And then they also said, like, don't wear, because he had all this stuff. Like, I just haven't had him on the show, but he said, like, don't wear your team apparel out in public. Like, just dress like a normal person. Like, don't be wearing team affiliate stuff unless you're at a specific team event, and then always pack stuff so you never are doing that. And another thing was, he said, your credit. Oh, at that time, it was your credit card. If you're going into local, like you're going to the supermarket, they had them buy disposable credit cards. You put like $500 on
yeah.
a Visa card. That's how they told in the shop. They're like, don't have your name on your credit card, because people would more or less recognize that. So they were just like, use this if you're out in public.
Well, so that's how it is with my friends too.
Yeah,
Like, so
yeah,
when we go to dinner, like no matter where we go, like if we go to Nashville or we go to Louisville, we go to Knoxville, Orlando, Atlanta, wherever we go to dinner. So I always pay for dinner when we go. Like I use my credit card or debit card, whatever, and they reimburse me. They'll send me a Venmo
okay,
with the money reimbursed. That way, because we're there as friends. Like we don't talk about wrestling. We don't talk about like they don't talk to me about guns. I don't talk to them about guns. We don't talk about wrestling. We're just there having fun. Um, like, but I think a lot of that is, and I've met just about the entire staff of like all the way from owners down,
that's
and
amazing.
they're all just super super nice people.
Yeah,
But I've never taken pictures with them. Like you'll never see me post them on social media.
same here.
I've got their,
It's
like I've got their phone numbers in my phone. I'll never give them out. I'll never
yeah,
tell people who they are.
I've similar thing. Like you know, so if we go to here, School of Airs, right? My book. So if we go to the forward, my good friend, dun, 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 anybody know who this guy? You know this guy right here?
No.
Okay, it's Danny Woodburn from Seinfeld, and then
Mhm.
also several movies. But he was Mickey Abbott on Seinfeld. So
I
Danny
never
wrote the
watched
book.
that one.
Okay, so I, so so I knew, you know, a handful of celebrities, right? And they're all in the phone, but they're under. So if the phone's lost, you'd never know who they are because they're not
Yeah,
under their real names. But
that's how
um,
it is here.
and it's and not like we talk a lot or anything, but it was really cool, right? And even in it with the school safety community, there's also this weird aspect where I know a lot of people whose children were killed in school violence events. So I know them really well, you know, through my work. And also like when I present, I said I want to, whatever I present, like I don't want it to be abrasive to you because that's not my intent. I'll calibrate it if you perceive that. But I also need to be punchy and I need to like go after the industry and I need to go after the weird state and federal legislation, like the new creation of schoolsafety.gov, you know, that website I don't think needed to be done. There was already a website out there for school safety stuff. But yeah, no, it's cool. It is just as you said, I don't have pictures with any of these people. I would never ask them for a picture because I think that would immediately compromise the relationship, right? Like I'm just someone who, you know, let's have a conversation. And usually they're interested in what I'm doing. I'm not, you know, they're like, well, tell me about this. And what do you think on school safety? And, you know, they have family members who kids go to school or, you know, they have a relative who's a teacher or something like that. So, um, and yeah, so it's been amazing. I had one kind of, as you said, I had 1 year where I had lunch. I had meals with 3 billionaires in 1 year, and it was all by the invite of them, all by
Well,
the invite of them. And it was just because they had seen me on PBS or some stuff or read whatever and asked them questions. They're just good people. It was a lunch and then we went our separate ways, you know,
so
no
one of the
picture.
coolest things one of them did for me, um, so on my birthday, a couple years ago, the entire wrestling roster, like I mean, the entire roster, like they printed off the entire sheet with everybody's pictures on them, and everybody signed, which was super cool. Like I never asked for it, and they all said, "Well, we want to do this for you, just to
That,
be nice,"
that is really cool.
which it was just awesome. Like I never expected that to happen. I never wanted it to happen, and they're like, "You're always so nice when you're here. You treat everybody right," and like it was. And I've met some of the guys like um he's retired now, but like Undertaker, I met him while he was still wrestling,
Oh, wow.
and he was super. You know, he was a scary son of a bitch.
Really? Okay.
He's nice. He's nice
Yeah.
as can be, He's fucking huge.
I imagine.
My friends that I know that are huge are not huge. And then they introduced me to so they introduced me to Michael Phelps right after he won
Got it. Yeah.
his, and they introduced me to him. And so we were there, they introduced me to him, and he started just being really gruff is the best way I know how to put it.
Okay.
And they all stood up and was like, "You're not going to talk to our friend that way." Like,
Wow.
I'm the legal height of a leprechaun compared to these guys.
Okay.
I mean, I'm like Team Baby Hands over here, and like half of them, like when I stand up next to them, I come just like here, like I'm little in retrospect.
Yeah.
And he just started just being just really gruff towards me. And they were like, "You're not going to talk to our friend that way. He's too nice of a dude." And
Right.
after that, like we left after dinner, and they were like, fuck him."
Right.
And then I don't know, man, like I've got to meet some really cool people in my life. Some of them I've brought to shooting events with me,
Man, that's
and
awesome.
like local events, like nothing crazy. Like I wouldn't take them to a huge national event where there's a lot of people there. Like I just wouldn't do that to them. I respect them too much. Their privacy is worth more than that. And unless they really wanted to go, but just coming to like small events, it was really cool. Like just meeting them and talking to them and
Right.
everything. Like I don't know, like just some of the guys that I've met, dude. Like, and it's funny, like when they come to the house. So my ceilings are only like 7'5"
Okay.
down here in my basement. Sorry, I'm like messing with the brush. I got like fidgety hands. They'll come over to the house and they'll go to stand up, and like tops of their heads are like scraping the, not really
Oh yeah.
scraping the ceiling, but I mean it's like that far. They're always giving me crap about it. They've asked me before, "When are you going to get taller ceilings?"
Man. Down here in the studio, I think that's about my height on the ceilings down here too, which is kind of funny. Oh my
And
God.
then, one of the coolest people I ever met was I went diving one time with a really renowned cyclist.
Yep.
I'm sure you can guess who he is. He's
Nikolai
won.
Razvayu.
Do what?
Nikolai Razvayu.
No, this guy has won. This guy has beat cancer.
Teddy Pendergrass.
No.
Armstrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went diving with him and his entire family one time in the Bahamas. Like we were just diving the same reef. And I don't guess we realized who each other, like I didn't realize who he was in the beginning. And like we were just diving. Like that's all we were doing was just diving.
Yeah.
And he ended up coming to the same restaurant we were at and was kind of offended that I didn't know who he was.
Right.
And I was like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm Lance Armstrong." I was like, "Oh, that's cool. I have no idea who you are."
Right.
And just walked away like after dinner. And then my the friends I was with, they were like, "You really don't know who that is?" I was like, "No, I do not." And then they pulled up the Tour de France winnings, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool. That's nice."
Right.
I look like an asshole. They're like, "No, it's good." But we've messaged back and forth on my personal Instagram.
Yeah.
That's why I
Oh
leave my
man.
personal Instagram personal. and like my personal Facebook is like very personal. It's
Right.
because I have these guys on that side of that, and I don't want to, like, they've watched my family grow up and everything, so it's really cool.
Wow.
Dude, it's super cool. Um, so some of my family that know I know these guys, um, like they've always, some of them have been like, oh, well, I want to meet them. I want to meet them. I want to get a picture with them. Um, and I'm like, no, that's not why I know these people. It's not for your beneficiary. Um, like some of them came to my, I don't know, man. I've just met so many cool people. Like my grandmother, um, her doctor knew Shaq, and so
Yeah.
like he would come down, and my grandmother was a nurse for a lot of years until she passed away, and so her doctor knew Shaq, and so he would always come down to the practice and just hang out with them, and so I got to meet Shaq a couple of times, which was really cool. He's just humongous. I don't know if you've ever
Man.
met him.
No, actually, my line of like, I guess like celebrities and famous, it doesn't go real deep, you know. But yeah, that
A lot of
is,
mine's from music, though. That's where a lot of mine is from music. Like a
yeah.
lot of these guys, they really liked the band I was in and really supported the band I was in. So like we got to play some pretty big shows with them, like
You know,
at some of their events, and it was super, super cool.
oh my God, that
Um,
is, do you know who Larry Lawton is by chance? Larry Lawton.
mhm.
Okay, so Larry Lawton is America's biggest jewel thief, and he has 1.5 million YouTube followers. So Larry was a guest on my show, and then I interviewed him and wrote a chapter about him in my book, and that was really cool. So let me bring over here Larry on the stream. So, um, and it's right with that many followers and everything that Larry does. It's kind of difficult to get through his network to actually be able to interview him, and then he agrees to it because there's just so much competition, right, for his time. And then when I interviewed him for the book and I sent him a signed copy of the book, I said, hey, oh, I didn't mean to remove
Sorry, I
you
hit
from
the wrong button.
well, I think I'm like, hey, I just removed you from the stream. But but it was cool because when I was able to write about Larry and send him a signed copy of the book, and he's like, hey, like that is really awesome, man. So but yeah, that was cool. And then I interviewed people too, like Alaskan crab boater Rob Travis and people who probably wouldn't otherwise be interviewed and written about in books. So that was a cool thing. And that was something I did in my first book too, is I would find people with these really amazing stories that no one is ever going to write about them. And Katie Pashon of Cajun Navy Relief, right? To be 20 years old and to be running this, big dispatch during Hurricane Harvey. So like, tell me how that worked. So that was cool. Chuck Mack, University of Pittsburgh Medical,
Mhm.
how he stayed at the hospital and basically had a refrigerator and he brought in a couch and he stayed there during the first few weeks of the pandemic just to make sure that the systems were up and running because they're doing all these mobile devices. And so I wrote a chapter about him. So
That's awesome.
it was really cool because like these are fascinating stories, and I think these are people who otherwise would never have their stories ever published or on kind of a bigger stage, right? So like Chuck Mack can always say, hey, like this guy wrote about me and interviewed me, and the book's in Japan and the book's in Germany and Squamish, British Columbia and Chicago. And um so that was something I felt good when I was done with the books, and I felt it really strengthened the books to highlight some people who had, again, great experiences, but no one really knew about them. Aaron Sawyer in Chicago, right, running a virtual reality place that got shut down. And so I don't know. It was kind of cool. It's kind of fun now, and you probably run into this, but I don't have this happen a lot, but I do have this happen where people will say, like, I'm coming through Wisconsin, and can we meet up for lunch or breakfast? And also, like, if I bring my book, will you sign it? I'll be like, sure. I've got like a stamp and everything. And I'm like, holy smokes, like somebody has my book and wants me to sign it. I did that maybe a week or two ago. Like I have a special pen I bring along, and I bring this, and I'm like, they'll be like, hey, get a picture. I'm like, well, sure.
I do that.
Small number of people.
I do that for the band I was in. When people know where I'm at, like if people know what band I was in and get the album, because we haven't made an album since 2010.
Wow.
So if people have the album still, I'm willing to sign it, but it has to be an original condition. Like they have to have the original album with the original or I haven't been in that band since 2010. Let me rephrase that. So like I'll sign it if they come through here, or if they find out that I'm in Chicago. That's literally like one of the hottest spots for people to run into me is just by going there, is people running into me. That's why I don't go to Chicago anymore. But I've got some really good music friends that live in Chicago. So
that is awesome, man.
That
is very cool.
It's cool that people still recognize what we did.
Right.
But it's also one of those things, like that band is still a thing. They're still playing shows, and I don't want to steal from that. Like, yeah. I mean, I still get my rights from the music that we produced and everything like that, and when the songs get played. But I still get my rights off of YouTube for it, and I've thought about using some of those songs since, like, I have rights to those songs, because some of the lyrics I wrote. But
wow, that is, one time we were on vacation, and well, there were two weird things that happened. One time we were on vacation, and this was, oh God, like 15 years ago, and we weren't in Wisconsin, and I got stopped 3 times on vacation, and people said, like, are you this person? And I'm like, really? Like, that's super minor celebrity. But people had, I was like, I don't know how you really know me or whatever, but 3 times I got stopped. And then so that was kind of cool.
No, I won't take pictures with anybody anymore. I won't do that.
And I had some trophies from when I was playing like some semi-pro basketball stuff. And we sold them at a rummage sale, I don't know, again, like 15 years ago, because I didn't need them. And the person that bought them, so I wasn't here. I was like at work or something. And my wife said, this person bought all these trophies you had for sale, but they're coming back tonight, and you have to sign each one of them in marker in front of them. And so I said, really? That's the condition? And she said, yeah. So this person came back, and I mean, these are nothing, right? This is like some summer, very low semi-pro type of league thing going on. And they came back, and I signed every one of these trophies on its base in front of this person. I sold them for like $5 each. I probably, I sold like 5 trophies for $25. I'm like, I don't need them anymore and whatever. And this person, that was the biggest thing. They were just thrilled. And I'm like, man, you're really overestimating the value of these, and like me signing them but it was they were just thrilled. Like, I said, you gotta be kidding. They came back, and to this day, I'll never forget like how thrilled this person was. And I'm like, I'm a nobody really in this. Like I was, but they were thrilled, and I was glad that they had them, and it made their day.
Well, so one thing that really threw me off on doing autographs and stuff for the old band I was in is they tracked down all the original members at one point, and we all like individually signed one of our albums, and they put it on eBay, and I got infuriated, like to the point to where like I emailed them and was like, "How are you going to profit off of this when we took our time to do this for you?" And so they tried selling it on eBay, and I contacted eBay, and eBay actually stripped it.
Really?
So,
Wow.
well, so it's just like Bending Ballistics and Bending Lures, my two channels.
Yeah.
All the content on those two channels is copyrighted underneath the Bending Ballistics and the Bending Lures name. The bands I was in, all that music is copyrighted underneath the underneath the record label in which it was on, which was Rise Records at the time. So
Okay.
Rise Records owns the copyright to that band and the album work to that band. Well, Rise Records and Victory Records. Victory became Rise.
Wow.
So, yeah, so like we were all mixed up in all that, just hootenanny crap. Like everybody talks about like how YouTube industry is cutthroat. People don't know until they get into music. Like,
yeah,
dude, like we played sold out shows with like Foo Fighters and things like that, and like it was super cool. Like I'm so happy that I got to meet Taylor before he died.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't really want to say I got like a drum lesson from him, but watching him play, and his son now is just doing Dude, when I met his son was like in diapers. I mean, we're talking teeny tiny.
Right.
And now watching him play with them, like it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my life. Just watching him carry on his dad's legacy is just insane. I love it.
Wow.
And then, so I mean, it's just cool. Like, if I could go back, I don't know, I maybe would have stayed in music, but a lot of things transpired in late of 2010. Like, we were on tour, and I was in California, and just had one of the guys come in cab and got a cab and a one-way ticket back to Orlando and left everything.
Wow.
But so that was like right after my mom had died. A bunch of other stuff happened, and like I don't know. And I think, I mean, it all happens for a reason. But yeah, it was interesting. Like, but like even now, like so like we played harder rock and heavier rock, and so like we were big in the Warped Tour scene. If anybody here knows what Warped Tour is, and stuff like that. But I've met a lot of really cool people. Like,
yeah, man, that's amazing. Yeah, we become, I think, enriched by the people we meet. You know, when I started doing this show years ago, right? So now this is officially episode 192, but there are probably like 250 episodes. Not everyone makes it to the level of being like a blog post and rendered in MP3 and stuff. But over that time, yeah, I met just amazing people. You know, I met this lady who had a search and rescue dog, Sierra. So she was telling me this whole process of, and I met this drone expert, Preston Rice, and we did 2 shows, and he took his drone out, and we did like a search and rescue simulation with it, and he's flying this drone and showing me the parts of it. So we did two shows, and I mean, just going down the line of people I wouldn't have met otherwise, and then they're telling me, explaining things to me, showing me things, and and I got to know them. I learned, and like, so again, from today, this changes how I teach going forward, right? Because
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about competitive shooting and the whole process too. Like I can just see like a superintendent say, well, where are we going to start on this? I'm like, contact, look, search for your local rod and gun club. So yeah, so I mean, there will be parts of this that will be embedded into everything I will do going forward, and
Well, and
that's
like I
just
said,
so
you
valuable.
have my email, and I'll give you my personal cell phone number after this.
Okay.
You have me on it, Instagram. You can't get me on my cell phone. You can't get me via email. You can always get me on Instagram, and you're more than welcome. I will talk on the phone with you there. If you want to do a Zoom, whatever have you, I don't mind, as long as I can fit it in and today I'm not working. I'll do whatever I can to help get our youth involved.
Yeah. And I know you will, and I appreciate that in making time for the show, and the work you put in ahead of time with me so I could get the blog post put together. um, I just, and this, to do a recap, and we'll wrap up. I've because I'm getting old, I can't stay up all night, although I would love to, right?
This
This has
is
been
one of the
great.
longest
So,
podcasts I've ever been on.
so we'll do the wrap up right here. So yeah, so Bending Ballistics, immediately, helped me to put together the show outline. And as we got into the area of arming teachers, right, of saying, let's take this from a perspective of like, what would be the variables you'd consider. And so we've done that tonight. It's awesome in the blog post to talk about competitive shooting, which honestly, before I talked to you, Bending Ballistics, before I didn't know anything about this. So it changed the way my knowledge, but not only changes that, it changes how I instruct others, because I'm like, hey, like, how many districts here have this, and what are the barriers, or what are the opportunities, and then get people aware of it. So I see it also as an opportunity when I teach my spring class for non-discrimination, for like to include the opportunities that this has for LGBTQ, for students with disabilities, for Title IX compliance, all of these things. So I'm just thrilled. Yeah, and again, I've followed you on your channels when you've been on people's shows. You're a really great guy. And I'm like, so when you come on, I'm like, yay, this is a smaller growing channel, and it, it lends credence to the work here that I'm doing in the studio, right, that I'm trying to do. But I appreciate you gifting me this interview and the knowledge in the blog post and the work that you've done, and pointing me in directions to inform what I do. So yeah, this will be out in a blog post tomorrow at safetyphd.com, which is down with my name. This blog post will be out tomorrow. It'll be rendered in MP3 level audio on Podbean if you want to download it, and you got a commute or something like that. And then also, of course, it'll be on YouTube. But I'm really thankful for your time. You're a great guy. And yeah, for everybody out there in the chat too, thanks for participating. Uke, Bolo, Jim, Solitude, and before the Misty Misses, and everyone who's kind of like already got the pillows out there. Coop, apparently some spam stuff got knocked out of here, which was good. But so anything you want to say here in closing? Any, like, how people can find you or your channels, or?
Yeah, I mean, my channel is Bending Ballistics. If you want to sub to my fishing channel, it's Bending Lures. Kind of running that as an experiment. Like, it's just what I love to do is fish. So it's just shorts. Like, I'm not big into a lot of long form content besides podcasts and stuff like that. So, but yeah, you can always find me in the Hootie Hoo or Half Mile Snipers chats or your chats. I'm happy to talk to anybody. We'll have to do it again, man. You can find me on Instagram at bending_ballistics also.
Okay. Let me do this.
But
right. And
yeah.
I'm on Instagram too, but I didn't originally. I did do the safety doc I just did my name, which everybody knows who I am. But if they want to follow on Instagram, yeah.
Let's help Doc get his hours and everything.
It's going to happen. We're close. Like it's like in every day now. There's big chunks that are being knocked off.
Like,
so
I've been really pushing to try to get to 500 on the bending ballistics.
Yes.
Like, and getting from that 350 to 500 has been rough. Oh, you're good, Solitude. You weren't that goofy.
But he's kind of goofy. He's a good guy. He kind of follows the show and other stuff, and he's a good guy.
I appreciate all the guys that came from my channel over and said hello.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody, and so continued success to you. Continue being role model and investing your time in the youth, which is incredibly valuable. So thank you for everything. And Jim has subbed over to you there on Instagram. So
thank you, Jim.
So that is it's good stuff here. So very cool. All right, so we'll take us out. We'll take us out with the way we always take us out. And Bending Ballistics, if you want to stay backstage here for a moment, but I'll take us out the way I take every show out. And this is from the show that I did with Graham Wilson. This is our plane situation here in Canada. So everybody, thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for subscribing to the show. Thank you for the watch hours, for sharing the show with people. I appreciate it. This has been Bending Ballistics and the Safety Doc. We are out here, and everybody take care. Thank you so much.
How were the beans and chili that you had for breakfast?
They were delicious. Thank you for asking. But now I am very gassy.
I'm sorry to hear that. Who let the frogs out? Pew, that stinks very bad. I have to open the window. Oh no, my cap flew off and it was sucked into the engine.
Holy smokes, the engine just cut out. We should use the Decide model to help us make the right decision.
Mayday. Mayday. I am declaring a beans and chili emergency. Please advise for landing.
Flight 019er, 2 miles northeast. Turn left at 90. Maintain 4,800 to establish an approach.